Hear me okay? This is going to be a group energy healing where I heal 138 people, no, 128 people. And I have to look at how many. I don't want to get it wrong. 128 people. 10 countries, in 10 different countries. So hello, all the people that I'll be healing in this healing and this set of 3 healings. This is the September triplet set. September 2025 triplet set. Can you believe we're in September already? Let's see, we can see and hear you. Thank you so much. You guys want to say where you're listening from? That's always cool. And I can't hear myself, which is unfortunate. Trying to fix that. I promise I will take like 2 seconds on it, not like last time. Oh well, I can't hear myself. I have a teeny little headphones this time. Partly cloudy, 65 in New Hampshire. In a nice fall leaf. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're probably the same. Yeah, that's probably our weather too today. Maybe it's gonna go up to 70. We're having pretty mild weather for the near future. But anyway. But today's theme, the theme for the set is well, I'll audio good. Okay, good. Yeah, because I can't hear myself, so you guys have yeah, if you want. And give you orders, but just saying. Okay, so the theme for this whole month is gentle realizations, inner truths, unlocking your subconscious wisdom in a healthy and gentle way. And so I don't know. Can you put these in the case so they don't make trouble? Thank you. So it is a very cool theme. And one thing I noticed about, okay, having realizations, positive realizations, it's like all of a sudden you're like, oh, you know, why have I been doing that way? Oh, what? Yeah, it's time to make this change. Blah, blah, blah. Like, it's like, it just occurs to you. What I'm doing today, you know, bam, 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 you know, and so the thing is, some of these realizations speed up your positive change, potentially a lot. But the whole point is we want to make it like easy, like weirdly easy. We want to make it weirdly, you know, like bam, bam, bam. Gee, why did that seem so hard? You know, like before, you know? So that's what we're aiming for. That's the goal. So far, judging from the first healing, we're definitely on track for that. And I will discuss that. But like some results from the last healing. But I also want to discuss the faster change. Faster positive change. So, like I said, realizations can usher in faster positive change. And the thing is, not all parts of you, often not all parts of you are okay with that, but that's workable. We can specifically search for the parts of you that are not okay with faster positive change and heal those parts of you so that they don't even exist anymore, and it's just a part of you as a whole that is thirsting for positive change, yearning for positive change, even if it is fast. So we're gonna unblock and heal. A lot of times it's like someone else's fear in your space, making you afraid of your own faster positive change. Because it's like faster positive change typically is stuff you've been hoping for years. And then bam, all of a sudden you can do it. And when you couldn't before, so there could be little parts of you that are stuck in some old pain or some old whatever that are afraid of that. But oftentimes it's somebody else's drama in your space causing you to kind of like not fight for your own best interest, to be divided like. So it's super workable with healing and clearing and all that. So I'm very excited. And there's some metaphors with that that we're going to do that I think make it less sort of airy-fairy and very concrete. Some visual metaphors about being okay with faster positive change that I won't bother talking about now. We'll just, when we do it, we'll do it. So that's being okay with faster positive change, which you would like to get because of realizations. That's that. So that's a main thing that we're doing today. And the other main thing that we're doing today, well, okay, I'll discuss the other main thing in a second. So the last healing, the first healing in the set, because it's a set of 3, the triplet set, right? And the first healing was on Thursday. Today's Sunday. And then we have the Wednesday healing, right? Because they're more spread out now. So in the first healing of this set on Thursday, one of the things that we did is work your yin yang balance. And how we did it, we're going to do it again because I felt like it was very effective, and also if we do it more, it would help more, and it's just easy, and I just liked it. So it's imagining the yin rivers and the yang river. The yin, a river that represents all your yin meridians, and then a river that represents all your yang meridians. And so I put in the info section of this live stream, and later when it's a video, you can check the info section, it'll be in there. I may also post it as a comment if I remember. But it's in the info section already of this live stream. I list out the yin meridians. When I say yin meridians in this live stream, I'm talking about the CV meridian, which is one of the extraordinary meridians that is kind of helps to manage and support all your yin meridians. CV meridian stands for conception vessel meridian. But then I'm also talking about all the 6 regular meridians that are yin meridians. Which is heart, spleen, lung, kidney, and liver. But that, like I said, that's written in the info section. And I'll write it again when we get to it. But it's heart, spleen, lung, kidney, and liver. I'll repeat it later. And I'll probably put it in the little banner as well. And then when I say yang river, I mean, you imagine one river that's representing all your yang meridians and your yang organ systems. So GV meridian is the extraordinary meridian that manages and supports your yang meridian. So that is part of what I'm referring to, but I'm also referring to the 6 yang meridians that you have that are like the regular meridians. So small intestine, stomach, large intestine, urinary bladder, and gallbladder. So again, I'll say them again, and they're also in the info section, but small intestine, stomach, large intestine, urinary bladder, gallbladder. You don't have to know them. You don't have to know what they are. That's the whole point of doing it in a simplified version. But if you want to learn them individually, there is that 12 meridian playlist, which also is linked in the info section, and later as a video in the info section. The 12 meridian playlist, and you'll see it. So anyway, working them as rivers, working all the yin meridians all at once, and then working all the yang meridians at once, and then healing them with like a protective force field, also unblocking them, and then also imagining one whole system to compare and see if one is too strong or one's not strong enough or whatever. Not too strong, but like overactive maybe, and the other one's not strong enough. So it's the support and balance isn't there, the balance, that idea. So that I think was very helpful in the first healing, to work the yin, everything yin and everything yang, and then to work their balance and to kind of notice that and to be aware of their balance. Because like I said, in the first healing, sometimes my work, it's not, I think, people come to something with their own context, like their own personality, their own personality strengths and weaknesses, and their own history, right? So my work, the way it is, doesn't really bother me. But I think for some people, it's a little too focused on what's wrong. Let's repair this, let's repair this, let's repair this, And I think for everybody, my work would be better if I add more of discussion and awareness training on the balance. You're being aware of what's working right, and I've been starting to do that in the last couple months. Like there was a couple live streams where we were aware of the oceans and the forests and the rivers on the planet and what's beautiful and supportive of that energy to just kind of nourish you and just, so we did some of that in the last healing. Just be aware of, that your yin systems and your yang systems are already supporting each other and already are balanced to a certain extent. Because sometimes if you're just always so nitpicky about how they're imbalanced and this and that, it kind of adds to the imbalance in a way. Whereas if you also think about the balance and you're aware of it and you kind of tune into that, you can strengthen the balance and move more towards being balanced and whole and strong. And that's the whole point, is to be balanced and whole and strong. So anyway, long story short, we'll do more of that today. Oh, too funny. Which I think it did help people. It did help people have realizations. The yin yang work in particular. I mean, some of the other things we did help too, like we healed parts of you that were suppressing positive change. And what else? Healed inner wounds that were triggered by positive change. But heal many yous, repressing positive change. But the yin yang stuff and the balance, I think, was the sort of the superstar of that healing. So anyway, we'll do more of that today. So yeah. I think that's actually everything. I mean, because I don't want to talk about the specific metaphors that we're going to use about being okay with faster positive change until we get to it. There'll be an explaining section and I'll mention it then. So that's pretty much it. I mean, there'll be the getting okay with faster positive change, and then there'll be the yin and the yang river and working the balance between your systems, your yin system, nurturing that balance, getting them so that they are more balanced. And then there may be one or two extra cool things that get in there. We'll definitely do flower healing as part of the yin yang balance stuff. Flower healing for both rivers, the yin river and the yang river. So that should be cool. Yeah, so that's the basic gist today. And thank you very much for your patience, if you have any, with my flexible start time, because today was one of those especially flexible days. Da-di-da-di-da. So that also included what we're doing today. Okay, so that's just so I know later when I'm making the video chapters. So within a day, there'll be video chapters at the bottom of the video, and you can click on one and then you'll see all of them on the side. You can easily see what we did, and there'll also be an outline form summary of what we did in the comment section. Let's see what people say in the chat. We can see and hear you. Thank you. Thank you for the weather that I already read. I appreciate that. Someone's saying hello from Las Vegas, Nevada. Sunny and 98 degrees. Wow. Still rocking the summer. I'm rocking the summer in my heart still. Audio good. Thank you. Good to know. Hi from Chicago, 70 Fahrenheit and sunny. That's nice. This is hello, Janet. Sound is okay today. Love the color of your hoodie so much. Thank you. Yay. I really like that you're bringing balance work to healing. I'm totally someone who focuses on what's wrong with me. So excited for that new aspect. Yeah. Yeah, I think for some people it's like not a problem because they have other aspects of their life that already bring them into balance, and so it's not like a noticeable deficiency in my work to date. But I think even for me, it's a noticeable deficiency in my work, not a big one though, which is why I haven't done it until lately. And the angels are finally like, hello. But sometimes that's why in the past, my work just doesn't fit for people if they're too sensitive to what's wrong and being told what's wrong and looking for what's wrong, and they like already are like way too disturbed by what's wrong, then it hasn't been something that they want to listen to. Speaking of which, sometimes I wish, I didn't have to talk about invasive beings, like invasive beings. That's like a very trippy thing. And I think for some people, that's kind of a deal breaker. I think for a lot of people, probably that is. It's like, that's a creepy thing. Like, okay, a lot of people can handle the fact that they are not their physical body. Some people can't handle that, in which case, okay, they're really not my people, right? But a lot of people can handle that. Okay, well, fine. There are past lives. There's this life. You'll have future lifetimes. They can handle that. They can handle that they're not their physical body, that they are a spirit and this body is theirs for this lifetime. They can handle that. But then it's like, wait a minute, there are angels. They can handle that. But then wait a minute, there are beings that are not very kind and respectful. That's like, it's sort of a bridge too far, I think, for many people. So I wish there was some way I could like not teach that, but still have people get rid of the invasive beings in their space, which the angels haven't taught me that yet. If that ever happens, you'll know. Because that would be nice if I didn't have to say a million times every live stream, oh, ask your angels to recycle invasive beings, because I think it's just, a little bit spooky for a lot of people. It's not spooky for me because it's like when you think about it, you have plaque in your teeth. Plaque is like, you have bacteria in your gut. It's like there's a lot where it's not just you. But I think for most people that's like, whoa, So someday maybe that deficiency in my teaching will be corrected as well. We'll see. Maybe not a deficiency, but a minus for some people. But the problem is it's like such an easier life for sensitive people if you are willing to acknowledge that stuff and get your angels to deal with it regularly with you and address it versus just wondering why you're overwhelmed all the time. So there's that. Oh, I should stop that. Sorry. I have some listeners that are very sensitive to sound. Okay. All right. So now really more chat comments. Oh, clap. Thank you. Clapping for you too. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of which, if you could do a thumbs up for this live stream, please. I'll give the live stream a thumbs up. And later, even if you're watching it later as a video, even years from now, it still helps if you give. So thank you if you do want to do that. What else? That might be all I want to say before we get going. Other than, yeah, my website is jwhealing.com. So if you want to learn more about me and purchase a set of healings, you would go to my website, jwhealing.com. Okay. So, oh, someone says, your reminders of how energy blocks are just energy really helped me to shift the focus on what's wrong with me to, okay, I can do it. Someone says, alternative frame word, like anything other than you. You mean about invasive beings? Because it's invasive beings that is the... I mean, but, what can you call them? It is what it is. I don't know. He's super shy right there. BooBoo Kitty. I love how you can see her. Yay. She doesn't let us touch her yet. But anyway. Okay, cool. So, I will, when I'm almost done with the 3 minutes of quiet, I'll start the healing. And at first I won't talk as I'm healing. So you'll see me go like that. That's how you know I started the healing. But then after like a minute of that, I will start talking. And the whole rest of the time I'm healing and saying what I'm doing as I do it. So you could use it as an all levels self-healing walkthrough if you wish. Even if you've never done energy healing, I think you'll be able to, if you're like an adventurous newbie, I think it'll be fine. Even if you're, very advanced as a pro, there should be some engaging stuff in it for you if you wish. Okay. Oh, wait. Sorry. So the word that I kept saying over and over that I wish I didn't have to say that I said was invasive beings. So invasive beings, as in beings that are not respectful of your boundaries and, not people, but just, little beings. There are little beings that are not respectful. So I call them invasive beings. But you're a giant, mighty, eternal soul. So there's nothing to be afraid of. They're teeny and you're like massive. comparison. But, you know, invasive beings can make trouble, especially if your energy's already like damaged and stuff. Then, you know, invasive beings just kind of add to it. It's kind of like, you know, if you haven't dusted your floor or swept your floor in a while, you get like little dust bunnies. They're like the dust bunnies of the spirit world. So we like to do maintenance and get them out of the way so that your repairs are more effective. And external overwhelming within you, because people can be invasive, but also there are invasive beings that just have nothing better to do than be invasive. So, but that's what I said I wish I didn't have to talk about, because it, you know, it's a spooky topic. I would think many people, but it doesn't have to be, because like I said, you're giant and mighty, and your angels can recycle invasive beings for you. You just say, angels, can you recycle these invasive beings, please? I'll do it. That's what I meant. Okay. And now I'll do the 3 minutes of quiet. Okay, thank you for waiting. So let's unblock your hand chakras, set them to gold light, get started healing. So you have a big chakra in the palm of each hand and a chakra in each fingertip. And those particular chakras you can set to metallic gold color with your intention, just with your thought or your intention. You don't have to be able to visualize gold light. Thinking it is enough. And what that does is then those chakras generate gold light, because all chakras generate energy. And when you set a chakra to a certain color, that means that's the color it's generating. So, and gold light is nice. It's fast moving, but not too fast moving. So it helps you repair and let go and release, unblock. So you can use the gold light from one hand to repair and unblock the other hand, and unblock your wrists. And the reason that we start with unblocking shoulders, neck, and everything, because it feels good, first of all. But second of all, and it's kind of more approachable than, oh, let's start with, your kidney meridian. So go ahead and make a copy out in front of you of your neck, shoulders, and arms and hands. And but also, the more present you are in your neck, shoulders, arms, and hands, the more you can feel the energy that you're generating, which is not necessary to feel it, maybe, but the more you're there, the more they're going to be unblocked, the more gold light they're actually going to generate. So, and feeling energy is useful, and it comes with practice. So you just kind of wing it. And then eventually you can feel like, wow, I can feel, there's tingling. I can feel this energy. And then you can eventually feel like when you're combing through your shoulder, you can feel like, whoa, there's an energy block right there in that shoulder. And you just use gold light and melt it away. But until you can feel like that or visualize like that, you just use your imagination, your thought, your intention, and you just use gold light. And you're unblocking your auras around your neck, shoulders, arms, and hands. Because auras, they're supposed to protect you, but they don't do a good job if they have big chunks of blocked energy. So you want to melt away all the chunks. You only want flowy, flowy, flowy. You want your energy and flowing. Right? So just, you can imagine, just like AcuDoll here, you can just imagine, his acupuncture point. That's all right. But you imagine a copy of yourself out in front of yourself and just unblock all around, right? And then unblock. Energy should flow down your neck, shoulders, and arms, hands. Plus you have meridians that are flowing in all different places. But you do have a big flow, ideally, down your neck, shoulders, arms, hands. So you can unblock that with gold light. And you might have blocks kind of sitting on your shoulders, like they're expressing the weight of the world on your shoulders. So just check that out. See if you have big blocks around your shoulders. Melt them away. With gold light from your hands, just focus the gold light on the blocks until they melt. And you could say angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair and unblocking, can you recycle them? People are cracking me up mentioning the different names that we could use instead of invasive beings, like, cosmic dust bunnies. But that might make them too cute, It's definitely not spooky to call them cosmic dust bunnies, but then people might be like, I want to keep the bunnies. So, funny. Emphasis on the dust bunnies. You know what, dust bunnies. Oh. Block your neck. Unblock around your neck. All right, good enough for now. Let's do other things. Like grounding and feel far off parts of you, which is totally two opposite things. But we did that in the first healing, and I think it's an interesting combo of two good things. So grounding is your connection to the core of the earth. So just, you can get rid of your old groundings and make two new ones. Make one for your astral body, you as a spirit, and your astral body aura, and nice and wide, all the way down to the core of the earth. Make it red or orange or yellow. And then make another one for your physical body and your physical body aura, and have that one go all the way down to the core of the earth too, and make that one the same color as your astral body. So both red, both orange, or both yellow. And you can like test out red groundings, see how fast, imagine how fast the downward flow is if the groundings are at red, and then test out orange groundings, see if how fast you can release at orange, and then at yellow, test out yellow groundings for yourself and see how nice the releasing is. And then just, you know, use whichever of those three releases the most for you right now. It's really helpful to, like, sometimes I think somebody was like, oh yeah, you know, after the last healing I felt great for a few hours, but then I felt tired. And it's like right then, that's when their grounding blocked up. They were releasing a lot, which is good, you know, a lot of old burdens and whatever. But then like, boop, all of a sudden they got tired. And so any like sudden thing like that, I mean, sometimes if you feel suddenly really, really terrible, somebody whacked you. So there's a whole bunch of damage. But if you suddenly feel like tired, your first instinct could be to double check your grounding and unblock it. You know, maybe like a whole half of it is blocked, or the whole back of it, or the whole thing. It could get really narrow like a funnel, or it could just still be wide, but like, you know, not flowing anymore because there's just some resistance that clogged it all up. So just, you know, comb through, make a copy of those groundings out in front of you, use gold light from your hands, and comb through and melt away the blocks in your grounding. And since, you know, I'm trying to mention more about what's right, right? Notice how fabulous your groundings are. Notice that you do have already pretty decent grounding that can, you know, get you through whatever comes, right? But as you notice that, you can also make it even stronger, you know, just use gold light and make it even stronger, even more flowing. So then far off parts of you is from, you know, because generally people do want to be present deep down, but then things happen and they're like, I'm not so sure. You know, maybe there was some bad day and, you know, when you were a kid or whatever, you know, bad time in a past life. And so sometimes little parts of you get scattered and they don't come back. I mean, sometimes you can get scattered, but it's not that serious. You're not like, you know, get me out of here, you know? But what we're talking about is parts of you that are still far away. Like you ran and you kept going. And now you're just like hiding out in a past life or something. Or just, you know, none of this is happening. So it's very, very strengthening if you can imagine those parts of you and give those parts of you a healing. And it's super easy. And that way you can get that energy back and those parts of you will feel better. And so then you feel better and stronger because you have your energy, right? So just imagine some far off parts of you that are healthy and gentle to get back right now if you heal them. And just imagine all of them, like you can line them up and just be gentle, be supportive, don't be judgy. Let's say, you're so avoidant. Just use gold light, be nice, say it's okay, it's all right, it's okay. I'm not forcing anything, it's all right. You know, just you could bring up red earth energy and soak these parts of you in red earth energy. Gold light, you can say, angels, can you help me heal these parts of me? Breathe, take your time. You can say, angels, can you finish healing those parts? And give yourself a hug. Welcome those parts of you back. All right. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, so now how about some aura repair? So we're going to repair all your auras at once. It's easy peasy. So you have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 17 auras. But fear not. They're all in the same place all around you, and you can repair them all at once, and they're all fabulous. The more protection, the better. So you have your astral body, you have your physical body. Those are 2. Your astral body aura and your physical body aura. Those are 2. Those are the ones that are like, they have layers to them, 7 layers, like layers of an onion, that are generated by your major chakras along your spine. Then you have 15 auras called Wei Qi auras. So Wei Qi is a traditional Chinese medicine concept. It has to do with basically strong boundaries energy. It helps protect you and your body from external forces that might get you sick or, harm you in some way. So that's your Wei Qi energy. But the fact that you have 15 Wei Qi auras is something the angels explained to me. So it's not standard official traditional Chinese medicine. It's sort of angel inspired. But they're cool. They're big gold force fields, and they're great. They help you with boundaries, and they generate gold light, and they send it towards whatever meridian that they're supposed to support. And they're nice. They feel good. So let's repair all those auras. So we're going to use composite copy technique, where you create an image of a rip, and you say with your intention, okay, well, this rip represents all the rips that I currently have in my 17 auras. And then we're going to repair this rip. So as we repair this rip, we are repairing all those rips at the same time. So you imagine your composite copy rip. You say, okay, well, this represents all the rips that I'm going to repair right now. And then you use gold light from your hands, but with your intention, you make it sticky gold wax. And that's, gold light that sticks to everything that's not used. So then you get to remove it all at once as a big lump and give it to your angels. Okay. So fill it up with sticky gold wax, lift out all the junk. Angels, here you go. Sticky gold wax, lift out all the junk. What is the junk in clogging up the rips? Invasive beings, invasive people, and also hard objects that people might have thrown at you, hard energy objects like devices, fears, and stuff. So just lift out all that junk, give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. So then you use gold light, just regular gold light, and get it as deep as you can in there. And that starts repairing the rip. Get it as deep as you can. You could say to angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair, can you please recycle them? Any cosmic dust bunnies in the way? That's nice. So that probably repaired most of your rips, but you may have 1 or 2 rips left over. So we'll do it again quickly for any leftover rips. So make a new composite copy rip and say, okay, well, this represents any leftover rips that I still have in my 17 auras. And then you just do the same process. Sticky gold wax, get rid of all the junk. Angels, here you go. Sticky gold wax, lift out all the junk. Angels, here you go. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings in the way of this repair? The cosmic dust bunnies in the way. And maybe you missed, 1 or 2 hard objects, so just lift those out. Angels, here you go. Angels, here you go. And then you can just go over the outer surface of all the 17 auras and check for any leaks And if there are any leaks or any hard objects sticking out, just use lots of gold light and repair the leaks, melt the hard objects. All right, and you can redo your gold buffer zones. So those are gold buffers of gold flowing energy that you can make, one for your astral body aura, attach it to the edge, and one for your physical body aura. And I do have a video. If you search Janet Wright gold buffer zones, you'll find it. So then we'll just quickly do the repair of the Wei Qi auras. They have gold mesh spheres within them that generate all that gold light. So there's an innermost, for every Wei Qi aura, there's an innermost gold mesh sphere, there's a middle one and an outermost one. And so you just imagine all of them at once. All the 15 innermost ones, the 15 middle ones, and the 15 outermost ones. And just, you don't want any gaps anywhere that they're not there. So you just want them continuous so they generate as much gold light as possible. So maybe you can't see and you're like, well, Janet, this is just so weird. I can't see where they're ripped. Well, just imagine, like, make an image out in front of you and say, okay, well, this is where my Wei Qi auras are the most ripped, and then just repair that. And then, if you just comb through everywhere with gold light, then that's good enough. Just have your intention be you're repairing all your gold mesh spheres. And again, you can just think of what's working in your space, right? Because you don't want to always think about what's not working, right? So just take some deep breaths, breathe into your body right now. Feel how it feels that you just repaired your auras or just got your auras repaired. Deep breath. Feel how your body feels. You're releasing stuff down your grounding. Feel how that feels. You're bringing up new earth energy from the core of the earth through your groundings. You can feel how that feels. All right, good job. Good job, good job. So we'll do some butterflies to celebrate. Woo! Great job. Okay, so your creative rings are up here, 1, 2, 3, and they come and go with you as a spirit. So they're part of your astral body energy system. 1, 2, 3. And so you just make a copy out in front of you of your creative rings and use gold light from your hands to repair and unblock them and melt cords going into them from other people or from invasive beings or cosmic dust bunnies. And this is a view of flaps. Your creative rings, if they get irritated, the flaps stick out like that. So you don't want it to look that way. You want the flaps to be relaxed and shut so that it's nice and smooth. If they stick out like this, it just makes it easier for invasive people or invasive beings to cord you, which then can get kind of more overwhelming. So just melt away enough cord so that those flaps can fall shut. And your chakras have flaps like that too around the round openings, which we'll get to in the next section when we do chakra repair. So just surround the rings in enough gold light that you melt away all the blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of right now. And unblock your auras above your creative rings. There. Unblocking, because again, the more unblocked your auras are, the better they can protect you because they're more flowing way. You could say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with my creative rings, can you recycle them? The nice thing, when those flaps fall shut, then oftentimes there's a chain reaction with your major chakras along your spine, and those flaps fall shut as well. Unless there's a chakra that's particularly damaged, then that won't happen with that particular chakra. But so you can imagine your creative rings and then all your major chakras, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that means 7 is oriented this way, with the round opening at the top and the round opening at the bottom. Whereas 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the round opening is in the front and the back. So imagine your creative rings and your major chakras. And you could bring up red earth energy and orange earth energy and yellow earth energy through the major chakras, just to unblock them a little extra. And then, of course, the gold light. Sticky gold wax, we already used that in the aura prayer section. It's just gold light from your hands that sticks to everything that's not you, and then you can remove it all at once. So of course you want to have that healthy and gentle intention, but you can use sticky gold wax through your creative rings and all your major chakras. Just put the sticky gold wax there and have it stick to everything that's healthy and gentle to get rid of right now, and then move the wax out with the junk. Angels, here you go. Breath, do that again. Sticky gold wax your creative rings and your 7 chakras. And then move out the wax and the junk. Angels, here you go. That was sticky gold wax for your creative rings and your 7 chakras. 7 astral body chakras and oh, right. Being on. Good job, good job. So we're going to repair and unblock all your chakras at the same time, major and minor chakras. So major chakras are the 7 astral and 7 physical along your spine. Minor chakras is every other energy center you have, and you have a ton. A lot of them are those acupuncture points, which see because the light is too bright. There we go. Finally. So those are all acupuncture points and meridians in your body. So there are a lot of them. So each one of those is a chakra. But then also you have bigger chakras that just, keep that energy flowing through your major limbs, along your spine, around all the joints, all sorts of good things. So the chakra shape is an open cylinder. So like that's an open cylinder, right? And so you can make an image of a chakra and say with your intention, well, this represents all my chakras, my major and minor chakras of my body and my spirit, right? And then just use gold light and repair and unblock all your chakras at once by repairing and unblocking this composite copy chakra. So you can just drag out all the energy blocks that you want to get rid of, melt them away with gold light, gold fire, gold water. Drag out the blocks, melt them away with gold light. You can say too, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with my chakras, can you please recycle them? Burn away the blocks, melt them away. I did get enough sleep, by the way. I keep yawning, but it's sometimes you yawn just if you're releasing energy from your throat chakra. No, you can also just lift the blocks out that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, and then you could melt everybody out of the blocks. Say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are hooked into this stuff? And you can blow them all up if you want, or melt them with gold light. We'll do that again. Gold light through all the chakras. Oh, you know what, too? The flaps. You know, the flaps around the round openings. You don't want them sticking out like that. So you just want like a, you know, if this is the chakra, you don't want flaps sticking out. You want like a smooth round opening so that your energy can come and go through the chakra, but it's harder for people to, or invasive beings to put a pair of cords in and influence the chakra in an invasive way. Felt those cords around the round openings. Gold light. And the chakras can be damaged. It can look like cracks or missing chunks or scratches, gashes that don't belong there. So, but gold light repairs it all. And again, you can think of all the chakras that are strong, that are generating a lot, and you're just giving them a little help by unburdening them. Really strong already. This way you're making it just a little easier for your chakras to do their job. What's their job? Their job is to generate energy and also to keep the energy flowing. Melt those. All right, good enough. So we're going through the 5 essentials. Before then, we do the stuff I was talking about. So we did grounding, aura repair, chakra repair, creative ring repair. So then we got the stuff back here, and then that's the 5th essential. Right? So the stuff back there, what is that? I hear everyone replying telepathically. So GKW is good karma windows, and it's like a back door into your different astral body aura layers back here behind the base of your skull. And it's a good thing when it's repaired and whole, because then it's nice and safe, and so it's just for you to bring in new energy of yours. But if it's damaged, then that can get a little bit uncomfortable, and it can add to tension and just, you know, make it harder to focus, because invasive people or invasive beings can kind of root themselves in your upper chakras through there. So let's acknowledge what's right in that area and make it even stronger and more whole and fabulous. Okay. So you can just imagine the 7 good karma windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one in each of your astral body aura layers. Each one of them is a triple frame window. So like 3 concentric squares like that. So just use lots of gold light. You can bring red earth energy, ground them on red earth energy from the core of the earth. Light. And just like in the garden, if you're pulling up a weed, most of the time it's really important also to get the root. So there could be some, you know, invasive person or invasive being that, you know, their energy is sort of woven through the windows, but it's also like rooted maybe now in one of your upper chakras somewhere. So you want to get the root. So get the weed, get the root, and lift it out. Give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Get the weed, get the root, lift it out. Angels, here you go. Right? So it's a little extra healing to your upper chakras and also all the energy centers at the base of the skull that we're about to do. So your base of skull points, that's what I'm talking about. This is a diagram of traditional Chinese medicine meridians, and the dots are the chakras within the meridian. So the acupuncture points, which are minor chakras. And so let's heal those. So the base of skull points, those are the two horizontal rows of me. Whatever. So just use gold light. Now those chakras are, again, open cylinders. And with acupuncture points, their job is to keep energy flowing within the meridian itself, right? So if the meridian, like those ones going through the base of the skull, are going downward or upward, then the chakra is within there, and the energy, if it's going up, it goes in and then goes through, right? And that's one of the chakras, one of the acupuncture, right? Obviously, it's way bigger than real life size, but that's okay. You can imagine your copy as big or as small as you want. So the base of skull points is that 2 rows of points you see in the diagram. And you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with my base of skull points, can you please recycle them? And you may have like a hard plate of energy just kind of pressed up against, like maybe a device that somebody put there a long time ago, or just a bunch of energy blocks that got very compressed there. So you can kind of scoop behind all that hardness and drag it out. So scoop behind any hardness that you have around your base of skull points, drag it out with gold light. The angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this, can you recycle them? And then there would just be like maybe cords from people. So melt all those cords, wash everybody's energy out of these blocks, wash your own energy out of the blocks, so that then you can just keep using gold light and the blocks melt completely. And you can make a grounding, an extra grounding just for your base of skull area. Nice red grounding coming straight up from the core of the earth, all the way up to your base of skull area. That way you can release extra straight down to the core of the earth, and you can get extra red earth energy coming up straight into that area. Again, if there's any hardness there, scoop behind it, use gold light, move it out. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings? And then just gold light, melt the people away, melt yourself out, and melt the black. Hold deep breaths, breathe into your hips, breathe into your shoulders, breathe into your toes and your hands. Sometimes that'll make you more present, but then now you feel some tension you didn't feel before. It's not new tension, it's just you're more aware of it. Typically, awareness is a good thing, but being aware of muscle tension is not really fun. So we can do a little extra healing so that we actually relieve the muscle tension, then it's not even better. So just again, comb through your neck and your shoulders and just lift out, scoop out any hardness in behind the skin, in the muscles and stuff. Scoop out the hardness and also in the auras, right up against the neck and shoulders. Scoop out the hardness that's healthy and gentle to get rid of. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings? And then melt cords from people using gold light from your hands. And then melt the blocks themselves or blow them up. All right, and maybe a little extra with GV meridian. Okay, so GV meridian, that's the one that goes up the midline of the back. So governing vessel meridian, GV. I mentioned it already because it's the extraordinary meridian that manages all your yang meridians, your regular yang meridians. So it starts in the crotch, goes up the midline of the back, and hooks around the top of the head, ends in the roof of the mouth. So it's like a big candy cane. And you want it to be like a red flowy tube. Guess we'll do GV1 as well. So the first energy center at the base, the first energy center of any meridian, I think, is one of the most important points in the meridian itself. So that one in your crotch, the GV1, that's the first chakra in the GV meridian. So just imagine it like a chakra. So like that, if that's GV1, right? That's your GV1 chakra, right? And the meridian, energy flows into GV meridian through GV1. So unblock the bottom of that. Lots of gold light. You can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings messing with my GV meridian, can you please recycle them? So the ideal color energy-wise for your GV meridian would be red. And so it's like a red flowy tube with a red flowy river within it, ideally. But if there's any part of it that's like blackened and hard and crusty, or white and hard and crusty, just melt it away with gold light. GV 13 and 14 are right there under the 1 for 14, those two dots under the 14, right there under the 1 for 14. That's GV 13 and 14. 13. So this feel good to unblock. And if they're too compressed, just use so much gold light that they can relax and expand. You can comb your auras behind them and just melt away blocks. That helps take pressure off of the points. And if you're a newbie, you might not feel when you're healing these things. It doesn't mean you're not actually doing it. It just means you're not present enough yet to feel the difference in the moment that you're doing it. But you could still, like, something later today is easier, or you handle stress better, or your focus is a little better, or you'll still have some effects, but you might not feel the immediate like, oh, that feels good, like someone who's been doing it longer, who's just more present already, but still is totally worth doing and still helps. And eventually you get present enough to feel it as you're doing it in the moment, which is then a little more validating, of course. So 15 through 20 GB, 15 through 20. So again, that's the midline meridian right there. And 20 is in the top of the heads. Wait, right at the top. So 15, 16, 17. 15 and 16 are the ones real close together there at the base of the skull. And then 17, 15, 16, 17. A lot of people have a lot of tightness around GB 15 and 16 and 17. So just ask yourself, you know, is this as flowing as it would ideally be for me? And if not, just keep using gold light so that it can relax more and more and more and more and more. And then go all the way up to GV20 at the top of the head. And since the meridian goes around like that, at that point at the top of the head, that meridian is this, right? Like this, but up there and much smaller. Like that, but really much, much, much smaller. And it's under your skin, right? So it's the same place where your seventh chakra is, and that's oriented other way, but your seventh chakra is much bigger. Probably confusing to think of them both at the same time. Unblock your auras above GV20 just to take the pressure off it a little bit. And you can unblock what I call your mohawk area, which is basically GV15 to GV20. Base of skull area to the top of the head, and just, you know, it's like as if you had a mohawk haircut. We could include this area too. Like you had a mohawk haircut. All right. So I just comb through those points, those parts of your GV meridian, and outward to the aura. The GV meridian, Wei Qi aura especially, but you can do all of them, comb through all the auras and gather up any junk that you're ready to get rid of. Angels, any invasive beings hooked into this junk, and melt people out of the junk. Melt the block away. So one more time, comb through. So you have a copy out in front of you, and comb through your mohawk area. Right? Comb through your head all the way out. Some people are like, one person was like, oh, can you please do some brain healings? So, I mean, you could take this opportunity to heal your brain if you want. Brain healing is cool. Do a teeny bit with brain. A little bit with the brain. So, gold light, just imagine your brain and your brain stem, which connects to your spinal cord. Think about, you know, you don't want any like overactive parts of your brain. You want just a healthy brain, right? Where one part works together with the other part. So just think about the harmony. Think about harmony and health and good function as you heal your brain. Allow your brain to relax and be as healthy as possible. Comb downward into your spinal cord and your spine, your vertebrae, your vertebral bones. And also your GV meridian mohawk area, comb outward. Gather up all the junk that's healthy and gentle. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings? And then melt cords from people. Blocks. Couple deep breaths. You can notice your grounding, comb through your grounding, a copy of your grounding out in front of you. Notice how much you're releasing right now. If you're feeling dizzy at all, just use gold light along your spine, especially your 7th chakra, your 3rd, and your 1st chakra. Maybe calm down your kundalini chakra below your 1st chakra. Unblock your 3rd. 7th. Ooh. Good job. Woo! Yay. Right. Okay. So, this is going to be one of the 2 big things of the healing that I talked about already before the healing started. In that realizations, light bulb moments, things you figure out all of a sudden, they can usher in faster positive change. And so obviously we want that positive change to be smooth and as easy as possible and stress-free as possible, right? So part of how we're going to do that, and if we make it as stress-free as possible, you're more likely to allow it subconsciously. What we're going to look at is in this exercise, we're going to imagine, and if you don't like this imagery, you could use different imagery, but maybe try this at first, because there's a reason that this might be uncomfortable at first, and it's not that you don't like the image, but that you have anxiety about faster positive change. You see what I'm saying? So maybe try it this way first, but then if you just don't like it, just create a different visual metaphor for yourself. But we're going to imagine a river, and that you're on, or a body of water, and you're on a boat on this river or this body of water. And you could imagine it like an ocean, or you could imagine it like a fast flowing river, however you want. And you're moving forward on this boat. And so you're experiencing the speed of positive change that a positive realization would give you. And we want to notice, sort of as a whole, how do you feel about it? You know, as you imagine the speed, you know, so say this river is moving forward at the pace of, you know, a positive realization, and how that would pick up the pace of your growth. So the river is moving fairly fast forward relatively, and you're on this boat or a speedboat, or, you know, however you want to imagine it. It could be a raft, like an inflatable raft, or it could be like a motorboat or a speedboat or something on an ocean. But the idea is the speed is already set because you had a realization, and that ushers in a bunch of change. And so sometimes you can't exactly control how fast that change is, because it's just sort of inherent in the realization and what you've been trying to manifest, maybe for lifetimes. And so when it finally happens, it's like you can't exactly go, okay, well, I want to go 35 miles an hour, not 40 miles an hour, or, you know, 30 miles an hour, not, you know, 45 miles an hour. Like, it's just sort of inherent in when it comes in, and this is how it comes in. You can have an intention, though, of how you experience it. And what we're going to do is clear the blocks so that you actually really enjoy it. So it's like you're in the front of the boat, you know, like looking forward, being like, yeah, man, let's do this, you know, as opposed to like you're gripping the back of the boat going, oh, no, 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 you know, turn this boat around, slow it down, you know. So, and like I say often, you know, it's like there could be parts of you that are in the front of the boat really excited and feeling completely fine and like, thank God, you know, relieved even. But there are parts of you that are, you know, in the back trying to slow the boat down and, you know, make this not happen. So what we want to do is heal those parts of you that are not okay with the boat, you know, at that speed, with this faster positive change that was ushered in by positive realization. So we're going to, you know, do simple healings like clear blocks, recycle invasive beings, or, you know, cosmic dust bunnies, whatever you want to call them. Cosmic busybody beings that are in the way. And, you know, get rid of other people's energy out so that you can enjoy the fruits of your, you know, manifestation, and not be disturbed by it or, you know, anxious about it. So I hope that makes sense. You can also imagine, you know, like just make yourself imagine, okay, I'm on the boat and it's going forward and I totally love it. And I'm feeling that, you know, I have my hand in the water as it goes forward and I feel like fantastic. And I'm just like, you know, rock on, you know, but we do want to see the parts of you that are not okay with it, because they are totally super healable. And then it's like your satisfaction, your feeling of comfort is even deeper, even more subconscious, you know. And so then there's less and less of you holding yourself back, and you're more able to just let it happen. Hope that makes sense. So it's a boat on a positive change river going faster because of realizations, positive realizations you allow yourself to have. Let's do it. All right. So, so I guess the first thing is to just imagine, you know, the body of water that you're on. You know, is it an ocean? Is it a river? And if you allow yourself to have your positive realizations that are healthy and gentle, what does that feel like for you? You know, so the river and the boat are going faster than slow, definitely. They're going relatively faster. Are you in the front of the boat, like excited about that and looking forward and, eager and enjoying, or are you clutching the boat with nervousness, or what's your demeanor? Are you in the back screaming like, holy, this is no, no, no? And again, there are multiple parts of you. So imagine the parts of you that are okay with it, but also imagine the parts of you that are really not okay with it. And we're going to help those parts. Okay. So, first, you can imagine, energy blocks, that those parts of you that are not okay with this river and the boat speed, the positive change boat speed, right? Just imagine the energy blocks out in front of you. You can just see them like, big black flat sheets of energy, and just use lots of gold light. You can pick up red earth energy and just soak these energy blocks that are causing these parts of you to not be okay with the positive change boat and the positive change river. And say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you recycle them? And then keep using gold light, melt cords from people out of these blocks, melt everybody's energy out, including your own, and melt the blocks away. You could also make a present, energy present, like energy healing flowers or some other shape, like a gift box or whatever you like. So you're healing these parts of you in the boat that are not okay with positive change and the faster positive change brought on by realizations. So just make energy healing flowers for yourself, right? And tune them to, and they could be gold or rainbow colors, just out of universal healing energy. Tune them to just the right vibration to nurture and nourish these parts of you in your positive change boat that are not comfortable, that are uncomfortable with the speed of positivity, right? And just say, angels, can you check my flowers? And then give these flowers to that part of you that's in the boat that's not loving it. See what happens. And sometimes what I see is like people go from, you clear some blocks, get rid of some invasive beings, maybe do a little nourishing. And that part of you might go from total fear and panic to anger. So there may be fear on the surface and then there's anger beneath it, maybe. And that's okay. But then we'll do the process again. So if those same parts of you are all better, then find other parts of you that are in the boat that are not okay with this faster rate of positive change and work with those parts. But it could be the same parts of you. They're pissed off as opposed to being terrified. So just imagine the energy blocks that those parts of you are stuck on, and just make a big stack of them and use gold light. Just say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you recycle them? And lots of gold light, melt everybody's cords away, everybody's energy, melt your energy out of these blocks, and melt the blocks completely. Couple deep breaths, breathe into your whole body, breathe into your auras, your groundings. Feel the earth energy coming up to support you and stabilize you. All right, you can run gold light through these parts of you on the boat, the parts of you that love the progress of the faster change, and the parts of you that still don't love it. And again, you can imagine if there's any, maybe there's dumped energy from other people, like other people's fear or emotional baggage or whatever in your space. So just imagine a big pile of other people's junk that may contribute to your discomfort with your positive change, faster positive change, and just melt this energy from other people. Melt it. So it just neutralize, goes back to wherever it belongs. Couple deep breaths. So now go ahead and imagine this body of water and the boat that you're on, and imagine again the faster speed of the boat and or the water caused by positive realizations that you might have, healthy and gentle and positive realizations. And just imagine you in the boat and just see, are you okay with the boat speed? You love it. Are you comfortable with it? And are there any parts of you that are not okay with it and not comfortable with it? And imagine those parts of you on the boat too. See what those parts of you are doing. Oh my gosh. Couple people, they're part of themselves that are not okay with the positive, sped up rate of positive change caused by realizations, are like getting boat sick, like motion sickness over the side of the boat. So if that's the case, give those parts of you a healing. If any parts of you that are not okay with it, you can imagine mini yous. You don't even have to imagine the boat or the water anymore if it's too much. If you like it, that's fine. Keep up with that. But if not, you can, don't have any more boats, any more water. Just imagine mini yous that are still not comfortable and not enjoying a sped up rate of positive change caused by positive realizations, and give those parts of you a healing. So it could be just one part of you or several parts of you that feel this way, that feel really uncomfortable for whatever reason. It could be past life stuff that you didn't get a chance to let go of, or somebody else's energy that you could just let go of, or your own, just some stress that you forgot to let go of that's altering your perceptions. So just lots of gold light melted away. You can say comforting things like, it's okay, it's all right, okay. Because the thing is, with the boat speed and everything, it's only going to happen at a speed that you can handle. It's just that if you can't handle it, then it's just, there's something like that you can heal within you, because it's your positive change. It's your realization. It's the angels, your higher self kind of ushering it in. So that's why you can't consciously control the speed so much, because it's like your higher self and your angels are just bringing in the wave of change. So it's okay though, when you heal yourself then enough, then you can actually enjoy it. I feel good about it. All right. So if there's still any parts of you that need more healing about this, to accept and enjoy, not only accept, but enjoy and welcome positive realizations and positive change, just say, angels, can you help me to keep working on this? Deep breath. All right. Good job. Good job. Woohoo. Let's, yes, about thumbs up for you for doing that. Good job. Good job for you. Woohoo. All right. If you want now, you can, just check back in with, if you want, with the boat imagery and the water image, and just see, if the boat and the body of water are moving forward, the boat and or the body of water are moving forward at that relatively faster rate. you know, inspired by positive change and realizations, positive realizations. How do you feel on that boat? How are you? Are you at the front of the boat, like cheering it on, or just, you know, feeling the breeze and enjoying every minute of it? Or are you, you know, a little hesitant? Or are you in the back of the boat, just sort of fighting against your own involvement? To see if there's a difference between when we started working on it and now. And if there's any difference, or even if there's not, you know, visible yet, you know, just give yourself a hug, say, good job, good job. And of course, you can keep working on this with your angels, say, angels, you know, or say, I'm going to let my angels help me with this more. All right, great job. So that was just a little check-in, final check-in. So I'll be quiet for a second as I'm looking to see what we should do next. Okay. Thanks for waiting. So, you can have, sometimes people are manipulative, and sometimes it's in a kind of a lasting way, like even if they're, and that can be, because they placed pieces of energy in your space. It can look like an energy block, just like a little bit of communication from them that just is like a chunk of energy, a hard bit of energy. Or it can look like a device, which is just even a little harder, and it looks like kind of like a piece of metal or something in your space, like a spear or a big plate of energy, like we removed from behind the base of skull points. So that kind of manipulative behavior, some people, that curses, I don't like using that word just because it tends to evoke fear and a sense of like helplessness and, superstition and all sorts of sort of ungrounded things. But I do mean to include curses, that, it's just manipulations, things that were done to your space in order to affect you in a certain way. But you can lift all that stuff out. You can, if there are any invasive beings associated with the chunks of energy, you just have them recycled, and then you just, get rid of the chunks of energy. You either melt them a lot with cold light, which I feel like is slightly more badass to do, but you can also lift the objects out and hand them to your angels and say, angels, here you go, which is fine too. So that's clearing manipulations. And we want to clear manipulations, especially right now, that are blocking your positive change or your positive realizations. And ironically, some people that are very punishing and manipulative, it may be because in a past life, somebody did some, curses or manipulations to them, to make them very stuck in fear. And so then they're so fearful that they end up becoming very controlling and bitter towards others. So, bottom line, it's easy to fix, but kind of interesting, like sometimes, there's generally a reason, even like a full-blown sociopath, there are reasons, part of it's like they're much younger spiritually, maybe. They've been through less lifetimes, so they have less wisdom to access. Or they've just been around very certain types of people and maybe picked up the invasive beings that sort of encourage that type of behavior. But anyway, long story short, we're going to clear manipulations that are in your space, and of course invasive beings as well, that might be blocking your positive change and your positive realizations. So, and again, manipulations, they could be devices, it could be energy blocks, certainly cords, just all of the above. Just shit from other people. That's funny. Clear, remove shit from other people. I like that. Shit from other people. Others. Remove shit from others, blocking your positive change and your positive realizations. There we go. That's fun. Like recreational swearing. Okay. But anybody's kids are listening, I am much older than you. So I get to say some things that you don't get to say yet, most likely in your life. You're as old as I am, and wear like a sailor if you want. And you're self-employed. That helps too. All right. So let's do, right? Enough chit chat. Doing is a good thing. Okay. So how do we want to do this? I like simple. So we'll do it two ways. Both are very simple. You may like one more than the other, which is okay. So the first way we'll do it is you just imagine a miniature version of yourself with your everything. So all your auras, your physical body, your astral body, both your groundings. And you just like imagine any manipulations that are in your space blocking your positive change and your positive realizations. And you don't have to see them all perfectly, but just be like, okay, I get a sense of it. And then just use gold light and just lift it all out and give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. You can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings that were linked up to that junk, can you please recycle them? Next time we'll do that part. Okay, so one more time, imagine your everything, all 17 auras, your physical body, your astral body, inside that, both your groundings connect you to the core of the earth. And imagine any manipulations in or around your space that lessen or totally block your positive realizations and your positive change, or slow down your positive change. And so you imagine all those, cords, devices, objects, whatever, energy blocks, and say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into any of this? And then use gold light and move it out. The angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? And then just go ahead and melt it all. Or blow it up. Or give it to your angels. Okay, another way is just make a miniature version of you so that your hands can like go all around it, and just surround yourself with so much gold light, soak yourself with so much gold light that and you direct the gold light to go to anything in your space that's blocking your positive change, that's blocking your realizations, your positive realizations that are healthy and gentle for you right now, and just melt all that junk away. So anybody else's shit. So doesn't matter if it's a, complex manipulation or it's just a bunch of energy someone dumped on you by accident. Melt it all away. Just let it all go. Deep breath. Take your time. You can comb through also. Okay, so those were like, we did the move out all at once. We did like a gold immersion type thing. So then now we could just do a gold blanket. So make a big gold blanket out in front of you and put, dump out onto the blanket any manipulations from others, any dumped energy from others, any cords, anything at all from others that slow down or block your positive change and your positive realizations. The angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you please recycle them? And then melt cords from people. Melt everybody's energy out of this junk. And melt all that away, or blow it up. That's good too. Now, you could have agreements that are in the way of your wellness. They're actually unhealthy agreements, spiritual agreements. You could have agreements with invasive beings even, which, sounds like a terrible idea, but sometimes people do that. If they're really stuck in fear and they're just panicked, they're like, anything out there, help me, anything out there, protect me, or maybe they are stuck in like some darkness and they think like, oh, I'm going to hurt that person, right? And so subconsciously they're welcoming in dark, harmful energy to harm the other person, but that energy can't be so controlled as well as they think it can be. And so that energy then is still linked to them, that harmful energy that they called to themselves in order to use it on somebody else, and now it's tied to them. So they might have some, so you might, from times that you were stuck in vengeance and all that darkness, you may have some nasty shit that you're linked up to. Or a person, maybe you promised somebody who was abusive to you, oh, I'll never change, or whatever in a past life. But, never is a long time, including like today and tomorrow. right? So it's okay. You can clear unhealthy agreements. You really can. So what you can do is just, you can imagine your spiritual agreements with invasive beings or with people from past lives or this life as pieces of paper if you want, or scrolls, rolled up paper, or rocks or sticks, or however you want to imagine agreements, so that you're not taking it too seriously and you feel empowered, right? Just imagine all those agreements and just sort out the ones that are healthy and the ones that are unhealthy and say, angels, do you agree with this sorting? Right? So that, because there could be some that you think are healthy that your angels moved into the unhealthy pile, right? And then you can just, you don't have to imagine anymore the healthy ones, but you could maybe just run gold light through and be like, oh, these are nice. Yay, these are nice. Right? But then you don't have to imagine the healthy ones anymore. So then just the unhealthy ones, right? And you can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are linked up to this stuff? Because there could be some invasive beings that make this process a little more dramatic than it should be. Okay, and then you can run gold light through this stuff, all these agreements, red earth energy, gold light, and the gold light will just, it can dissolve completely the unhealthy agreements. You can say, angels, help me do this, so that, if you're not supposed to clear something, it won't clear, right? That's fine. Just angels, help me so that this is only in my best interest, whatever's in my best interest, right? Lots of gold light. You don't have to know what the agreements are. Maybe it's some, some revenge agreement that you made with somebody in a past life, Just let them go. It's okay. Just melt them away. Maybe you swore that you were gonna, you know, curse someone for every future lifetime because they stole your boyfriend when you were 7 in your last life or something. Well, that would have been a pretty dark 7-year-old. Hopefully not. But maybe, like in later, in adult years or teen years, people can get pretty dark about stuff like that. So maybe somebody stole your boyfriend or your girlfriend or something, and suddenly you vowed to, torture them for all eternity. You might want to clear that agreement. So whatever's in this unhealthy pile that your angels went over for you, so it's really an unhealthy pile, go ahead, get rid of it. And again, if there are any invasive beings, the angels, can you recycle these invasive beings? All right, good. If you have any left over, just wrap them up in gold light and give them to your angels. Say, angels, can you help me with these? Good job, good job. So that was a whole thing that I didn't change the banner for. Sorry about that. But I will hopefully catch it and make a chapter. Good job, good job. Woohoo! Woohoo! All right, good job, good job, good. Hey. Okay. So I talked about this in the intro. So you have the GV and CV meridians. Those are extraordinary meridians, and they have a cool, extra cool job. Is the CV one, which I wrote down there, CV, conception vessel meridian, that goes up the midline of the front, starts in the crotch, goes up the midline of the front, ends in the tip of the tongue. Conception vessel meridian, CV, that helps manage all and support all your yin meridians. And you have 12 regular meridians in traditional Chinese medicine, and 6 of them are the yin meridians and 6 are the yang meridians, right? So the CV meridian helps to manage all those 6 yin meridians, which I listed right there. So heart, spleen, lung, kidney, and liver meridian, right? So if you like making notes and diagrams and stuff, there are yin yang pairs. And so the heart meridian is paired with the small intestine meridian, which is its yang meridian it's paired with, right? So the heart meridian is paired with the small intestine meridian, the spleen meridian is paired with the stomach meridian, the lung meridian is paired with the large intestine meridian, the kidney meridian is paired with the urinary bladder meridian, and the liver meridian is paired with the gallbladder meridian. And why should you care? You don't have to care, but if you want to really geek on this stuff, like sometimes it's kind of cool to work both, like the yin yang pair of a set, which is why we've already in the past done kidney and urinary bladder meridian together in the same healing. I think we've done liver and gallbladder together in the same healing. I know we did it. I think we did. I think we've, anyway, so it's cool. But you don't have to know that. There's not going to be an exam. Don't worry. I'm going to give people like school PTSD. But again, there's a 12 meridian playlist linked in the info section if you did want to watch the route of each of those meridians in your body. It's kind of cool. And whenever you do meridian healing, be sure to just have that intention, just like with all energy healing. You want to do what's healthy and gentle to do right now. In particular for any body stuff, and especially these meridians, because like even one point on the meridian can affect other meridians. And then that meridian can affect several other meridians. And they're all like rivers. And so you just, sometimes if you only unblock part of one, so then it flows better there, but then it jams into some other block. So you just want to just do enough, do as much as, is healthy and gentle. I'm repeating myself. Anyway, let's do it. So we're going to imagine one river representing all those 7 meridians. Conception vessel meridian, which is an extraordinary meridian that manages all the yin meridians, and then all the actual yin meridians. And the thing is too, these meridians, it's not just a meridian. Like the heart meridian, it is a way to influence your whole heart organ system. So in traditional Chinese medicine, and I'm not an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but from what little I do know, like you have a physical heart organ, right? But in Chinese medicine, that's not all they mean when they talk about the heart. They're talking about like a spiritual thing, an energy thing. So for them, the heart does different things, which have also to do with psychology and sorts of cool, which you could Google on your own if you want. What is the function of the heart meridian? But it's like, so this yin river can represent all those yin meridians plus their organ system. So all the yin, so I'll just say it like all your yin, maybe, of your body and your mind and your spirit, But that's what I mean. Hope that makes sense. And even if it doesn't make perfect sense, you can still heal it and help yourself. And there will not be a test. Okay, great. So, so just imagine all your yin represented by one river and start healing it. You can bring up red earth energy, gold light, and just notice what's right with your yin river. What's right with your yin energy, all your yin meridians and organ systems. What's working right? Just admire your river. Notice something nice about it, something positive about it. Maybe there's some strength to it, or there's some vitality to it, or there's a comforting aspect to it. Just keep using gold light and red earth energy. And now you can, improve it. You notice maybe it's a little slower moving in one spot, and just use extra gold light there. See if there's something that needs to be unblocked right there. Find another couple spots that could use some unblocking. Again, just admire what works, admire the strength of it. Get a sense of its nature. And you can get a sense of something that is suppressing it. Maybe there's something suppressing your yin systems, and you can imagine it like a hard object of some sort, or several hard objects that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, and just lift them out right now. Lift them out of your yin river and say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you recycle them? And I use a lot of gold light. You can melt everybody out, melt everybody's cords. And you could melt this stuff or blow it up or just hand it to your angels. Take a few deep breaths. Notice, how does your body feel? How does your mind feel? How emotions? And sometimes when you get more present and you make a shift, it could trigger a lot. So you can put out in front of you any energy blocks that got triggered. They could be stubborn triggered energy blocks or just regular energy blocks, any energy blocks that just got triggered when you were doing all that. And just use lots of gold light or red earth energy, bring up red earth energy. The angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you recycle them? And then lots of gold light, melt cords from people out of these blocks. It'll be easier for you to clear them. Melt your own energy out, and then you can keep melting the blocks with gold light or blow them up. If you have any left over, just wrap it up in gold light and say, angels, can you help me with this? Again, get a sense of this yin river of yours. And I said the yin river, it's representing all your yin organ systems of your body, which affect your mind and your spirit as well. And the yin aspect of you as a spirit, even, and your CV meridian. Get a sense of this river and notice what's right about it. Notice what's strong about it. Notice what's nurturing about it. And, you may have somebody and maybe they mean well, or maybe they're just kind of wrapped up and a little stuck in some negativity. But maybe there's one or several people that are a little bit overly aware of your yin aspect. And so they're kind of hovering over your yin river, or maybe they're standing in your yin river, and you could just wash them out. Say, hey, go talk to your angels. Or just, use lots of gold light and let them get washed away. Because it's better for them if they're more aware of their own yin river and not like standing over yours and fixating on yours. You say, angels, can you help me to clear these people out? And speaking of boundaries, you can create a nice gold force field, flowy force field around your yin river so that it's, easier for you to have boundaries with your yin part of yourself. And you can notice a fundamental need, I think, for people is to feel safe, to feel comforted, to feel whole, right? And so there could certainly be parts of your yin river that already make you feel that way, that already have that quality. But there could be some energy within your yin aspect that's not quite feeling the safety, the wholeness, and the wellness, right? So maybe there's some blocked energy that you could melt away so that you feel even more safe and even more whole. So find some blocked energy, if there is some in your yin systems, that makes you feel less safe. And just go ahead and melt it away. And maybe there's some, you can imagine like hard objects that aren't yours that again are sort of interfering with your sense of sacredness and wholeness and grace and beauty within your yin systems. So lift out anything like that that's interfering with the way you want to feel with your yin systems and just melt it away. Lift out anything that's interfering with how you want to feel within your yin systems. And you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this, can you recycle them? Then melt everybody out, melt their cords out, and melt this stuff away with gold light. And if any of it's left over, just wrap it up in gold light, hand it to your angels. Angels, can you help me with this? And just like, we're talking about before about, positivity and noticing wholeness, and you're not always thinking about what's not right, within a system. As you notice your yin system, before we move on to work the yang system, just notice what's right within your yin system. Notice positive qualities. Notice if it is comforting to you. Notice if it is soothing to you. Notice the strength. Notice the creativity. Whatever you appreciate. Appreciate something about your yin system. All right, great job. So now we'll imagine all those systems with yang, all the yang systems. So instead of heart, we'll imagine its yang partner, which is small intestine. Instead of spleen, we'll imagine its yang partner, which is stomach. Instead of lung, we'll imagine its yang partner, which is large intestine. Instead of kidney, we'll imagine its yang partner, which is the urinary bladder meridian, with the butt points going down the back. And instead of the liver meridian, we'll imagine the gallbladder meridian. Goes down the side and helps you with self-assertiveness. Very cool. Also the side of the head, side of the body. All right, so we'll imagine a yang river and all this stuff, representing all the organ systems and meridians that are listed. So now we'll really do it. Okay, so imagine one river that represents all your yang systems and yang meridians. And just see how it is to you. Notice some positive things that you appreciate about your yang energy and your yang systems. Use red earth energy, gold light. Red earth energy, bring up red earth energy straight from the core of the earth. Soak your yang river with red earth energy, gold light from your hands. So notice anything positive that you can validate about your yang essence, your yang meridians and organs, your yang system. And then just like we did notice what's working well, we can also notice things that we can help, right? So are there any clogs or slow parts of your yang river that are not as well as they could be? Just use lots of gold light and melt away the energy blocks, making clogs in your yang river. If there are any. Lots of gold light. You can lift out the blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of right now. And from your yang river, lift all those blocks out. You can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings, or what did we call them? Cosmic dust bunnies. Any unwelcome invasive beings. Can you please recycle them, angels? And then melt cords from people going into these energy blocks. Melt their energy out. Melt your energy out of the blocks so that the blocks just melt away. If there's any blocks left over, wrap them up in gold light. Give them to your angels. Angels, can you help me with these? And again, notice if your yang river is changed at all since you did that. Notice the flow. Notice the strength. Notice some positive qualities about your yang river. And there could be things that maybe are messing with the sacredness of it or the strength of it. Maybe making it overactive or whatever. So you can just imagine anything that needs to get out of there, that you need to get out of there, like hard objects, and just lift the hard objects with gold light, lift them up. And say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you recycle them? Then use gold light, melt cords from people, and keep using gold light. Melt everybody's energy out of the blocks and melt the block. And if there's any left over, just wrap it up in gold light. Give them to your angels. Angels, can you help me with these? And maybe there's one or several people from this life or past lives that are a little over that are a little over interested in your yang river and your yang systems. So you can imagine if their energy is interfering in some way, imagine it like, maybe clouds over the river, or, you know, extra muddy part of the river or something, and just imagine, and you can use your intuition and think, okay, well, is that a past life person? Is that a person from this life? And you can intuit who it is, which is kind of interesting. But don't take it as a permanent thing, because now you can change that, right? So just use gold light, and you can melt away their energy from above or around your yang river, so that they're not interfering with your yang essence. And just take a few deep breaths, see how that feels for you. How does your body feel as you're doing all this? And you can make a gold force field, gold flowy protective force field for your yang essence, for your yang river, all your yang meridians and your yang organ systems. All right, good job, good job. Take some deep breaths, see how that feels for you. How do your arms feel? How do your legs feel? How do your muscles feel? Okay, so now we're going to imagine your yang river and your yin river at the same time, not as one river exactly, like, but just like you can see the yang river and you can see the yin river, and you can see how they support each other and work together. And you could imagine that if you want, like a circular, loop. And so one half is your yin river and one half is your yang river. But if you like a different shape or a different form for both the rivers, that's fine too, right? But just go ahead and imagine both your yin aspect and your yang aspect. So this would be you as an eternal spirit, your yin and yang, but also your physical body organ systems and meridians, right? And just imagine both of them. And this is how we can work balance, right? And compare them, because we want them both to be equally strong so they can balance each other. Sometimes you might have one side that's too weak, and then the other side is kind of like overactive and a little wild, just because they're not in balance. So just check them both out. You can heal them both at once. You bring up red earth energy, soak them both at once if you want. Yeah, just if you notice anything kind of contributing to a lack of balance, you can use extra gold light and melt that away. And of course, notice how they already are working together. I mean, you are functioning and you're functioning enough to listen to a healing, which is like pretty functional. So, just check it out, compare the strength, compare the volume of energy in each river. And you could say, angels, if there are any invasive beings affecting either river or they're working together, can you recycle them? Take a deep breath. You can make some energy healing flowers for yourself to help you with your yin yang balance. And say, angels, can you check my flowers? And give them to yourself and watch how it affects your rivers. And again, make more energy healing flowers. So out of universal healing energy, just make as many as you need and set them. It can be gold light and or rainbow colors, and set them to what's the best vibration for you to nourish yourself and get balanced with your yin and your yang aspects. And then say, angels, can you check my flowers? Give them to yourself. And as you give them to yourself, just take a deep breath. And if you want, you can notice your yin and your yang rivers, and if they're changing at all because of your flowers. And just like we lifted out stuff that didn't belong there when we were doing each river separately, you might notice something different now that they're together and we're observing how they do work together and how they are in harmony together. So you can go ahead and work both at the same time and lift out anything that works against your balance, right? Anything unhealthy that you're ready to let go of, that's healthy and gentle to get rid of, just lift it out. Anything that works against your yin yang balance, and just use a lot of gold light and melt it away. Right? So anything that works against your yin yang balance that you're ready to get rid of, just lift it out. You say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, can you recycle them? Cosmic dust bunnies. And then just use lots of gold light and melt it all away. Okay? And, yin yang balance may not be something that you think about often. Being in balance, being, in harmony with yourself internally, right? But there can be, just because you weren't thinking about it consciously doesn't mean it never happened to you, right? So you can think about, were there times in this lifetime where you had enough yin yang balance, like as much yin yang balance as you do at this moment? Where there are times in this life, and stay here, but you can think, were there times, and which times were they in your life? And how did it feel for you? And it could just be like a moment, like you have this memory of a certain time. And keep breathing, stay here. Maybe it was a time when you just for some reason at that moment, you just had like an extra level of peace and self-awareness. And, maybe you can't think of any times in this life, but maybe, there's a past lifetime. So you can think, stay here, touch your body if you want and help you to stay here. But you can think of, a past life experience that you had where you were experiencing, even just for a moment, some nice eternal harmony and balance. You know, some people, when they're observing nature, they're more likely to experience some internal harmony and yin yang balance. For some people, you know, when they see a sunset or a sunrise, maybe they have a moment like that of yin yang balance, relatively speaking. All right, so make sure you're here. Come back. All right, good job, good job. Okay, so we're going to wrap up. We're just going to do a couple little things. So juggling blocks is a term I just made up. So juggling blocks is like energy blocks that make you keep going, even though you're in a chaotic state, chaotic in not a good way, rather than just clearing the blocks. Like sometimes you can be a little too strong and you just keep going rather than clear the blocks, and then you have more focus and more sort of grace and more lower stress, you know? And so you just like you're in 20 knots and you're like, fuck it, whatever. And you just keep going, you know, because you're strong enough to do that to yourself, you know? So I'm going to call those juggling blocks, blocks that make you basically do things the hard way rather than just taking a moment and clearing and restoring and regrounding. And so then you can proceed much more easily. Okay, so it's like juggling blocks is, yeah, it's just whatever's making you do it the hard way. Maybe that's, yeah, maybe that's what I should call it. So I do it the hard way blocks. All right, so let's freaking do it. Now make a big old blanket out in front of you and put onto the blanket any internal blocks that cause you to not take your minute for yin yang harmony and just, you know, torment yourself for a week. Push, 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 right? So just clear, put out in front of you any energy blocks that make you just torture yourself and do things the hard way. Just say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? And then, angels, can you please recycle any invasive beings or cosmic dust bunnies that are hooked into this stuff? And then just melt cords from people going into this stuff. And melt all these do it the hard way blocks. I used to do it the hard way like maybe 80% of the time. Now I only do it the hard way maybe 35% of the time. So if some of those didn't clear, just wrap it up in gold light, give it to your angels, say, angels, could you please help me with these? We'll do that one more time. Make a big old blanket out in front of you and put onto the blanket any internal blocks that cause you to do things the hard way. Rather than, center a little, clear a couple blocks, take a deep breath, find a lighter, easier way. You just push yourself through to do it the hard way. So just say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk? And then go ahead, melt everybody out of the pile. And you may get a clear sense of if there's one person or several people that have contributed to your pattern. But you're a big girl, you're a big boy now, you can clear it. So just use lots of gold light and melt all that junk away or blow it up. And if there's any left over, just wrap it up in gold light and say, angels, can you please help me with this? And you can even tell yourself, I can work on this. I can keep working on this. I can do it. You can just imagine yourself doing things, learning more and more and more to do things the easier, simpler way. Doesn't mean you're not accomplishing things. It just means you're not torturing yourself in the process. So just imagine that it's possible for you personally to be able to do things in easier and easier and easier way, simpler way. Okay, good job. So then we'll do clear steps. Make a big gold blanket out in front of you, put onto it any energy blocks that are still triggered on any level, despite the fabulous techniques we've been doing. And then say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all these right now? Well, your angels will take away anything that's not good to clear right now. And then, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this stuff? And then that means everything left over is good to clear. So just use gold light, melt everybody out, melt their cords away, melt your own energy out. You could just blow it all up if you want, or just keep melting it with gold light till it's gone. If there's any left over, just wrap it up in gold light. If it's your angel, say, angels, can you help me with this? All right, imagine your everything, all your copy out in front of you of your everything. So all your 17 auras, your physical body and your astral body are inside there. And just your groundings, both your groundings, bring them up high as your third chakra, which is below your sternum. Both your groundings that high. Set both your groundings to whichever color helps you to release the most. Red, make them both red, or make them both orange, or make them both yellow. Melt the blocks in your grounding so that your grounding releases as quickly as possible. Unblock the bottom of your aura layers, of all your auras. So anywhere from here down, just unblock it extra, especially beneath you, beneath your feet, beneath your butt. Unblock your auras. Unblock your auras above your shoulders, around your neck. Yep. Above the top of your aura. So the top of your auras, you can have energy stacked up above there from people that were trying to dump on you, but it didn't get in your aura, so it's still stacked up there. So you can just and as you unblock up here, you can, the angels, if there are any invasive beings up here, can you please recycle? Breathe into your whole body, your toes, your fingers, ankle, your butt, back of your auras, the sides of your auras, the front of your auras. A sense of your yin yang balance. Sense of what's working well within your life and your energy. Sense of your own strength, your own creativity, own sacredness. Own wisdom. And as we wrap up, you can ask your angels, angels, can you please help me wrap up this healing? Angels, can you help me have gentle realizations and unlock my subconscious wisdom in a healthy and gentle way? Help me to know positive, helpful inner truths. All right, good job, good job. Woohoo, that's the healing. Hey, great job. All right, so we're going to have a bathroom break and stretch break, both quick. Then I will do a little chit chat afterwards. I'm going to use a timer this time, so it might be shorter than usual. We'll see. But newbies, if you want, you can put anything you want. If you know my work, well, anybody, let me know how you're doing after the healing. If you want, in the chat, how the healing was for you, how you're doing now, any comments you might have about the theme or something that I talked about or one of the techniques. That would be interesting. If you did want me to look at a simple aspect of your energy for you, if you're a newbie, that's fine. Just mention it and mention your initials, your first and last name initials, if it's not obvious from your YouTube ID. If you're not a newbie and you know my work already somewhat, I would appreciate it if we practice like a more empowered kind of a thing where you observe yourself first and you say, okay, well, this is my issue and this is my read on it. This is my, self-assessment with it. This is what I think is going on and what I think I should do to work on it myself through healing or lifestyle changes or whatever. And then I'll validate what I think about your read on yourself. So that way you're getting some support for, learning to read yourself better and better and better, which is priceless. And you only get better by practice. Good time to practice. All right, so I'm going to get rid of the camera while I am gone on my bathroom break, and I hope you enjoy your break. I will be right back. I'm back. So I'm going to do a moment of stretching. And if you want, you can do your own stretching, whatever stretching is gentle for you. Don't have to imitate me. I am not an expert in stretching in any way. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you had a good break. Okay, so I'm going to look for chat comments that I haven't read yet. Oh, wait, I have to get my beverage. Hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. Beverage ready. I'm ready. Let's do this. Oh yeah. So there was all this stuff about invasive beings. Someone was trying to figure out new terms I could use. Uninvited entities. Uninvited entities, interlopers, disruptive energies, encroaching spirits. Encroaching spirits. Intrusive presence. Unbidden guests. Wayfarers. Now you're just kidding around. Wayfarers, liminal visitors. Liminal. What attracts larger beings? I already know group healers are at risk, correct. Who else? Well, maybe rich and powerful people probably attract larger beings. One thing I covered in I mentioned in the live stream at one point, people who I mean, there are different levels of large, you know? So, like a low level of large being would be attracted to somebody who's, you know, maybe got an addictive tendency or, you know, violent tendency, maybe, because then that invasive being might be able to harm others through that person, you know? So if the person's especially unstable, which of course is totally unfair, you know? That like slightly larger invasive beings would be attracted to somebody who's already got a lot of problems. But that's true. But then you know, a little bit bigger level, slightly bigger level of invasive being would be like people that have a lot of wealth or a societally powerful position. Again, because then they can influence others and impact others more easily. And these invasive beings would want to do something negative. But you know, just because invasive beings are attracted to you doesn't mean you can't do wonderful things with your life and be well and healthy. It's just, you know, it's good to have strength and boundaries, no matter who you are. So, and then, you know, another type of, you know, slightly larger invasive being would be attracted to, you know, just like violent people, you know, people at war, people planning, you know, levels of like viciousness and cruelty to others. They would be attracted to those people. So if you're like, you know, working your boundaries and you know, try to, that's why, you know, thoughts matter, you know, for a lot of reasons. But, you know, if you really, if you focus on, you know, if you're focusing on like vengefulness, you know, and like who you want to hurt or whatever, that can attract invasive energies. Like I've even noticed some invasive energies are attracted to people that even like, you know, because of politics, maybe, you know, they're not like that expression fuck around and find out. FAFO. And you know, like so that people are not bothered by the suffering of others if they feel like those other people kind of deserve it for whatever reason. You know, maybe those other people lack compassion in their lives, and so there's a little bit of like, I mean, I don't think it's bad karma if you're not like lamenting that those people have hardship now, but sometimes people get a little bit, I can tell there's a little bit of like invasive energy kind of hyping up the hate, you know, of like, well, good, I hope they suffer, you know, and it's like, there's a little extra energy there, you know? So interesting. So, you know, different levels of human conflict are attracted to, you know, a little extra invasive beings are attracted to that, the conflict, that sense of, you know, Schadenfreude, maybe, you know, that you take pleasure in the discomfort, the pain of others. Yeah, that can attract some extra invasive beings. So it's nice to try to, you know, cultivate inner peace, cultivate, you know, gratitude, cultivate serenity to the extent that's possible for you, you know, because it does help you like just directly, you know, right away. But then also it kind of, it's like it changes your scent on a spirit level, like your smell, you know? And so then you're just not as appealing to negative energies. Although, you know, if you're really ungrounded and you're very like, you could be very lovey-dovey, like, oh, peace, love, joy, but you're totally ungrounded and you don't repair anything. So you have like a bunch of damage and everything. That would still attract some invasive beings that, you know, that like that sort of, you know, yoga fluffiness, you know? I mean, yoga is cool, don't get me wrong, but you know what I mean? Like a sort of a, you know, people that do chakra type stuff, but they're very like flying high. They're nowhere near their body. Maybe they heal with Wright, which is part of why they're so out of their bodies. That there's a whole different, you know, variety of invasive being that would be attracted to those types of people. So, but if you try to be as earthy as you can be, you know, in body earthy, and you know, on the positive side of things, and I think you have the least amount of attractiveness to invasive beings. Yeah. But, you know, you can't really eliminate that, you know, because if you generate a lot of your own energy, which means your things are going right in your life, there's some invasive beings that are attracted to that, you know, but less so, I think. I don't know. Hopefully that's somewhat of what you asked about and it helps. Someone says a smiley face. Thank you. Someone says, good morning, Janet. Great to see you live. Well, thank you. I'm glad you tuned in. So what's this question? Why does our soul remain in our body most of the time as opposed to strong travel? Not sure what you mean by strong travel. Did you mean astral travel? I lost your comment again. Why does your soul remain in your body most of the time as opposed to strong travel? Most of the time I meant, yes. As opposed to astral travel. Okay. I mean, when you're awake, you know, what's the point of astral traveling when you can astral travel when you're asleep? That's when it makes most sense, in my opinion. I mean, why would you astral travel when you're awake? I mean, there's a part of your spirit that's always on the astral. I call that part of you your astral body. So that's why it is important, you know, if your astral body, you know, works with your angels and is in a good location. You know, sometimes when people are having the crappiest day, their astral body, or even like a really hectic day, their astral body is not in the right location. Like you can just say, I'm going to let my angels help me to, you know, so that the part of me that's on the astral is in just the right location, an ideal location. And then the rest of me, as much as possible, the more of you that's here, the safer you are, because it's like you need to protect your body no matter what. When you're awake, whatever happens to your body's energy system is really going to affect you, your ability to manifest, how you feel, your emotions, everything. So if you're not here, other stuff is, and you're blocked and kind of screwed, right? So the best bet is when you're awake, show up fully as you can, because that keeps you safer and stronger and helps you to manifest. Your body is not just for eating and drinking and walking. It's like it's how you manifest. So, you know, how you experience life. So if the more in you are, the more deep and vivid and rich 3D it all is. Cool. Some people, though, you know, they're more prone to like drinking and alcohol and stuff because they don't want to feel, because they haven't unblocked enough and repaired enough, so that it's unpleasant for them to be present. So then they fill their body with toxins and stuff, so they pop out. But I mean, if you're gonna pop out without the, you know, the hard drugs or the, yeah, basically hard drugs. I would call alcohol a hard drug. I mean, unless it's a little bit, but you know, whatever. You know, it's just that your liver has to work, you know, if you're doing all that. Your liver works extra. But so ideally, you clear the block so that you enjoy being here. So then you don't need the substances that are, you know, overworking your liver. So I don't know if that was your question, but that's my answer. Hope it helps. But yeah, you can astral travel all night long. I mean, people do astral travel all night long, unless you don't sleep. And said you liked and shared with your sister in Oregon. Well, hello to your sister in Oregon. Thank you for sharing the live stream. So it says, thank you for the healing, Janet. You're welcome. I always like that orange and purple combo. Thanks for the emojis. Someone says, what is your take on soul contracts? And it was funny because that's, angels had me read that during the reading, and that's why we did the clear unhealthy agreements part of the healing. I was inspired by that comment. So soul contracts, different, that's one of those things in spirituality where different people may mean very different things by those two words, you know, that phrase, soul contracts. So so I'm not sure what you mean by it, you know, and so I'm not sure what your question is. But I'll just go for it. So I think there are some people that you're definitely gonna meet in a lifetime. Like it's, you plan it in your pre-planning life work that you do with the angels before conception, before your life. You plan it into the life for certain reasons to meet up with those people. And so in certain cases, like certain experiences are, you know, meant to be with those people. But I think other times, maybe it's just meant to be that you're going to meet them, but then there's all this free will about, you actually date them, or do you realize, no, not this time. They're not, you know, there's no compatibility in this life with me and that person, you know, or do you, you know, have some kind of messy thing with them, even though, you know, in this life there's no compatibility, no serious compatibility, and then afterwards you realize, like, yeah, there's no compatibility, and then you learn something about compatibility, you know. So sometimes maybe you learn enough that it's like a really quick experience, you know, and so it's not all set in stone, you know, who you're going to meet and why, and I think a lot of times in life there's like, you know, it's like there's possible scenarios, you know, if you make this choice that leads you down this road. Well, in a way, you know, it's like there are all sorts of possibilities, you know, so it's of course not all set in stone. And but you know, you can clear agreements, you know, you can clear karma, you can clear agreements, you know, with gold light, angel help. So, you know, you could just say, you know what, that's no longer healthy for me, you know, and clear the agreement. Even stuff like genetic family stuff, you can clear those agreements if you feel like it's just super unhealthy and something you need to do, something you need to clear. So hope that makes sense. But yeah, so there is free will, and it's not all set in stone. That would be my nutshell. But if you had a more precise question that I didn't answer, you can post it now or under a video later if you want. Oh, Cosmic Bunny, you're Cosmic Dust Bunny. You're making emojis for Cosmic Dust Bunnies. That's cute. This is Janet. I'm in good shock. Was seriously considering going to therapy for some time. but didn't know where to start. Psychology students free session for feedback offer arrived and mid-healing. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I did therapy. I received therapy, as a therapy client, as a, psychotherapy client when I was, I think like 27, 28, and 29, I want to say. Give or take a year. Maybe 28, 29, 30. But somewhere around there. And it was very helpful. I switched therapists though, not because I wanted to, but she my therapist. I had this one therapist for 2 years, and then she referred me to a colleague of hers because she moved and was doing something totally different. So she gave away all her clients, or gave away. She stopped working with everyone that she was working with and changed chapters in her life. Turned chapters. And the working with the second therapist was beneficial to a point, but then it was more like educational in that I learned by it not being what I needed, at the end. So then I sort of graduated myself from it. So it depends like who you're working with, if it's the right fit for you, So I guess if you find a therapist and it's not the right fit, you can use your intuition, but you can choose a different therapist and maybe have a very different experience, because everybody's totally different. Even if they're trained in exactly the same schools of thought within psychology, they're still different people, and they bring their past life knowledge and everything to what they're doing, and so they would have different levels of energy boundaries and how present they are and all that stuff. So but it's cool. I mean, it's just a way to clear energy blocks and nourish yourself and have realizations. There are many ways, to do wellness work, and I would say that's certainly one way that people can consider, and it blends well with this type of work, or there's all sorts of ways you can blend, like, oh, I'm doing Tai Chi and I'm getting acupuncture, or I'm doing energy healing on myself and then I get healings, or, mix and match. Yes, sunsets and sunrises, as far as, having healthy, yin yang balance when watching a sunset or a sunrise. Yeah. Do the hard way blocks. Yeah. Clearing energy blocks that make you do things the hard way. Yeah, that was always a good thing. I should make a note that we did that. That was one of those unplanned things that I didn't do until I decided to do it. Up, including clear, do the hard way block. Ongoing journey for me. Someone says, I think I may have tons of do it the hard way blocks, especially around abundance. Yes, that's true. I wouldn't say especially around abundance. I would say including around abundance. But I think, yeah, it impacts abundance, but impacts, I think, a lot. Someone says boat ride. It was so fun for me. Oh yeah, the that was planned ahead of time. Very much so. I saw that when I was reading people's surveys. I was looking at somebody's family member that I heal, and they were like, on their boat, And then I helped them clear some blocks, and they went from fear to anger, and then I helped them clear more blocks, and then they were like content, and then I helped them clear more, and they were like, then they were at the front of the boat enjoying it. That was funny. It was so fun for me because it is so real with the actual boat. I found parts hiding in the lower cabins. I noticed that I have parts of you. I notice that I have high expectations from my realization. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but sounds like a realization about your realizations. Someone says, thank you for the healing. Removing shit from others caught my attention and started healing myself. I noticed my oldest son went in my space to tell me he also has similar blocks from my mom and to help. So he has your shit in his space, is what you're saying? Yeah, that's entirely possible. You can just use a gold sun, some kind of 3D gold magnet and call back your shit from your kids' spaces. That's always good karma to do. And then just, clean it out. So, because it's probably some blocked up energy. So then you want to just melt it. So neutral energy of yours. Let's see. Oh, the person from before continues. When I read it, I see it as the faucet that I keep clearing, but the flow is not strong and is usually junk from parents and agreements from childhood. Is this accurate? I'm unclear about what you're saying. Piecing your two comments together, the boat ride's fun, but then parts of you are hiding in the lower cabins of your boat. So you're not liking the positive change, parts of you. And then the high expectations from my realizations, I have no understanding of what that means. You do think about things in a complicated way though sometimes, so maybe that's what you mean. Yeah, I'm not sure what the problem is. Are we still talking about the boat ride thing? So if I look at you on your boat ride, you're like in the middle of the boat, leaning against one side, but you are overthinking a lot. And you're kind of like you have little notepads and you're making notes about your family members. Like you're not thinking about your forward movement. You're very preoccupied about your kids and your spouse and other family members, your parents, yada yada. So yeah, maybe just clear. You have like a sort of a nitpicky kind of overthinking vibe, so you can clear blocks that cause you to like not be in the moment with your boat ride and your positive change. It's like, how we did the clear the do it the hard way blocks? You kind of have you could clear the make things complicated blocks. It's like rather than seeing things like simplicity, like you have blocks to like simplicity where you always want to think about things in 20 ways versus just 2 ways. Sometimes that's constructive to think in, but not 20 ways though. But sometimes creativity in your thinking is helpful. But I think there's a little bit of like there's energy blocks that make you kind of distracted and scattered by how complicated you think of. That makes sense. So you could just work on clearing do it the complicated way blocks. Overcomplicate things blocks. So, oh, that person did a two-parter too. Oh, I noticed my oldest son went into my space. He also has similar blocks from my mom, and to help him too, I asked his angels to heal him. Earlier today, he hurt himself while playing, and my natural instinct was to put my gold light on the spot. I think it was okay, but I also don't want to make it worse. If I ask my angels, I see a 50-50 sticky note. So it is not wrong to use universal gold light to heal someone that you care about. Particularly if they're your child. You don't even have to ask permission really from them to do that if they're under 18, because there's sort of this agreement that it's like you're the mommy bird and they're the baby bird. Although, if they're like a teenager, you definitely get points if you asked permission on a spirit level first and waited for consent. And if you didn't get consent, just ask the angels to heal them. But if they're, as young as your kids are, grade school type ages, yeah. It's like there's your gold and then there's universal gold, So you can just have your intention be, if I'm healing my kids, I want to use universal gold light. It's just like a different flavor kind of. There's like your own unique life force at gold, and then there's universal gold light that is, generic. So yeah, that's fine. I think too, sometimes I think you had enough boundaries with him. Like sometimes when your child hurts themselves, there might be an impulse to kind of hover excessively, and then they can't clear the blocks because you're too much in their space. But it doesn't look like you did that. I think you had a good blend of like being supportive, but then giving the child enough breathing room that they were able to ground and have their own grounding and clear their own blocks and kind of have the experience themselves. You didn't rush in to like stop everything. It was just like you were there to support in a way that was not smushing. So your angels like it. I think you did a good job. Maybe the 50-50 is that you were kind of in his grounding, and so you could just run gold light through his grounding and unblock it more so that then he can release better at that time, versus like you kind of plugged your grounding into his, which doesn't improve it at all. So yeah, maybe that's something. I think that's the 50 they were talking about, is the grounding separation. But that's better if you can use gold light to unblock his grounding, and stay separate from it. So then he can experience releasing it more completely. Hope that helps. Someone says, thank you, Janet. I feel very mellow and centered. Really liked the yin yang work. And then I scrolled and lost my place. Sometimes when I work my chakras, I will see a black scrunchie-like thing wrapped around the middle of a chakra. So a scrunchie, for those that don't speak English as their first language and don't know what a scrunchie is, this is a scrunchie for the hair. All right. When I had short hair, I thought I was done with scrunchies forever. But I use them in the garden though for covers, and I put them on stakes. I use a scrunchie. I use scrunchies in the garden for sure, but now my hair is growing out, so I'm growing my hair out, so I need scrunchies. But anyway, so we'll see a black scrunchy-like thing wrapped around the middle of a chakra. I think they're devices, but they can be hard to remove. Doesn't feel like a being. Did I read that right? Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's one around your physical 7th right now. Yeah, just your physical 7th. And your astral 2nd. And there are no beings linked to it. It seems like a thing from your sister. She's cording to it. And she made it. See, sometimes people cord to something like a device, and their cord brings their energy to it, so it makes you think like, oh, they made it. Like, you know, of course, your mom's energy tries to cord to that, and sometimes it's able to, and so then you might think, oh, it's from my mom, you know, but it looks like your sister made it. But I mean, I can remove them, okay? If I look at why you can't remove them. I think at the time, if you can't remove them, there probably are a couple beings, you know, making it weird. So you just ask your angels to recycle any beings at all linked up to it or messing with it. And then, you know, melt cords from everybody away from it, melt everybody's energy out of it, and then just give it to your angels. Yeah, just looks like a couple beings messing with you. But yeah, they're devices from your sister. I think she figures scrunchies is like a comfortable, familiar image so that you might not notice it or you might think it's yours. You know, like how people might, you know, have a scrunchie on their wrist all day and they don't really think about it because they're like, oh, yeah, is it still there? Oh, yeah. I don't because it's kind of tight, so I don't want to constrict my. If it was looser, I might forget about it there. All right. So, yes, you did read it right in that they are devices, but there are some beings ported to the device. I hope that helps. But those two I saw, I got rid of, handed them to your angels. Someone says, break. Can you check my grounding? Yes. And you mentioned your initials. Thank you. All right. So your astral grounding is wide and flowing. Your physical body grounding. Your physical body grounding has this way in which it's a little funnel like it's much wider and then it gets to be about as narrow as like half as wide as your hips, like right at the bottom. So yeah, I think if you look at them separately, it'd be easier to notice. And just notice your physical body aura and your physical body grounding, your physical body and your physical body aura, and then go down and just see it goes in like that. Seems like a couple invasive beings. So if you have those guys recycled by your angels and then you comb through it and it should spread out nicely. So you could try that and then post again if you want. If you're listening now, you could have time probably to post and ask me again to check. So it says, I loved the juggling blocks. Yeah, the do it the hard way blocks. But the heart chakra river was something I could do more of. Heart chakra. I think you mean the yin river, which included the CV meridian and also the heart meridian, spleen, lung, kidney, and liver meridians. So the yin river that includes all your yin meridians and your yin organ systems and the yin essence of you as a spirit. So if you do a focused healing on heart chakra / meridian / rivers, I'd appreciate that immensely. I need it, yes. Yeah, so yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the 4th chakra, really. I mean, I think heart chakra has both yin and yang qualities. Because like the heart chakra has like a yin, has like helps you with self-nurturing and stuff, but it also helps you with motivation and like pushing you forward and, you know, self-esteem and enthusiasm. And so I'm not an expert on yin and yang, but I don't know that it's clearly one or the other. But fourth chakra, you know, if I look at your fourth chakra, it just, your astral fourth chakra is nice. It's generating plenty of energy. It's fine. Your astral fourth layer is fine. Your physical fourth layer, your physical fourth chakra, it's got so you have kids, and the child of yours that you were going to get healings for, and he's like, no thanks, I don't want them. That kid is corded a lot to the front of your heart chakra, and so it blocks it up like 3/4. He's not trying to block you up, but that's the way it works out. You didn't make the cord to him, he made it to you. Not sure why. I don't know why if he's worried about you, or he just feels like he wants you to understand where he's coming from. Maybe sometimes that's why people get invasive. They want to like show you because you're not understanding them or something, or they just, or maybe it seems like sometimes he wants to be like, you know, like how a cat can curl up next to you or like curl up on your lap. It kind of looks like that on a spirit level. He kind of wants to just curl up and take a nap in your fourth chakra sometimes, but uncomfortable. So you can just like wrap him up in a lot of gold, light and gold, comfy blankets, and give him to your angels and say, angels, can you help comfort him? And then that way you get your physical fourth chakra back. So yeah, I see you working on that. So yeah, that's what you need to do. You could, if you want, I mean, you could do that maybe like twice a day for a little bit. And you can say, you know, angels, please comfort my adult child, and then say his name, you know. Just, you know, you could always, you know, ask the angels to comfort him and guide him. He looks a little bit like he can't quite tell which way is straight ahead right now, which is common. You know, I'm not saying something terrible is happening with him, but I think that's why he wants to curl up like a cat in your heart chakra. No, but that's the main thing I'm looking at. Just him trying to take a nap in your heart chakra, so of your physical body. So yeah, just keep, you know, you be gentle, but you know, give them to your angels, and then, you know, use enough gold light so that your heart chakra can uncrumple and resume normal action. Resume normal energy circulation and generation and stuff. Hope that helps. Someone says, sometimes I get tension headaches at night, including now. Oh, which, because it's night for you. I usually redo the points at the back of my necks and good karma windows. Yeah, so the base of skull and maybe below that. But I'm starting to think it's because one of my glasses, I switch between several. I think your comment continues. Did some self-healing and headache is better. You're such a rock star. So, quick look. I congratulate you for healing yourself, which is kind of badass. Your GV's a little tight. It gets a little tight. Like, okay, the GV meridian, that's the midline one. And then the lowest point that I'm showing right there, that's 12. 12. Your GV 12 is a little tight. GV 11 is a little tight. GV10 is fine. So it starts with GV11. So the lowest point there, that's fine. So it starts with GV11 right there. It gets a little tight, and then it stays tight all the way up right before GV20. GV20 is fine. 19 is a little tight. So whatever that was, GV 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. So GV11 all the way up to GV19 is too tight. If you look at your GV meridian Wei Qi aura, there's like some big, it's like a black stone hard thing right there. And then if you trace it back even further out in the aura to like peripheral areas, so that's that area I was talking about right around there. And then so there's some hard blocks right there, your GV meridian Wei Qi aura, but then back here too is important, right? So find the blocks there and the blocks. And then just, you know, recycle the invasive beings hooked into the blocks, and then, you know, melt the people away, and then melt those blocks. Then your urinary bladder meridian at that point, because that comes from the eyes. UB1 is okay, UB2 is okay. It's a little tight. Yeah, so front of your eyes. So your stomach meridian is fine. Your GV as it wraps up there is right. The gallbladder meridian, those points in the forehead right there. GB, I forget what that one is. GB something. Gallbladder. Whatever. It's the gallbladder one that's right in the forehead. Not so bad. Side of head. So bad. So yeah, maybe just urinary bladder 1, 2, 4. Yeah, I think your urinary bladder meridian one is too tight too. So then if we look at the urinary bladder meridian Wei Qi aura, right? So the aura that's supposed to protect and nourish your urinary bladder meridian. And for those that don't know, urinary bladder meridian is shown on this diagram with the yellow, in yellow, urinary bladder. So it starts in the corner of the eye, goes up to the inner eyebrow, goes up to the hairline and over a bit, and then goes back and goes into 4 branches of the back and through the butt and everything. So anyway, so yeah, so urinary bladder meridian Wei Qi aura. Those blocks are white. Other ones in the governing vessel meridian Wei Qi aura I noticed were black, but these are white. But it's just energy blocks. Be a different. But yeah, just find the blocks in that urinary bladder meridian Wei Qi aura, like just above the route, and of the beings recycled. Just so you take more and more and more pressure off. Because you don't want to leave that pressure and the compression, because then it's kind of ripe for another whack or another whatever, and then it all crashes again. You get your headache back. So, you know, if you keep working on it so that they're like really relaxed and red and flowy and everything, that'd be great. But good job that you did enough that you stopped your headache. That's awesome. Your good karma windows 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is a little odd. Yeah, it work 1 again. Good karma, the first good karma window, one that's in your first year. There's like, it's like some invasive beings. There must be still some damage because you have some invasive beings around there. So there are probably some cracks in your first good karma window still. Alrighty, hope that helps. It says, thank you so much. Feeling giggly and super energized after the healing. That's hilarious. How cute. Yeah, that's not very common for you. From what I've heard in post-healing comments, maybe Let's see, what made you so giggly? I think the boat work. The boat, you in the boat on the Positive Change River, we kept unblocking and everything, and so that you enjoyed your boat ride more, your positive change, faster positive change. Cool. Anyway, then you're saying choosing between a mild workout, calming my chakras down, since it's night for me, a good balance of both could do. It's like you got it all figured out. Good for you. Someone says, hello, just wondering how I am today. Wanted to ask a question about my, and then you put initials. Don't know if I have obsessive thoughts about my crush, and then you mention the person's name. But when you say my and then you have initials, I don't know. That's a person. I don't know what you mean with that one. The other one is more clear to me. You say, I have obsessive thoughts about my crush. So that's a person and that's their initials. That I get. I have been talking to angels a lot on how to redirect my thoughts. Just wanted to know if my angels think making some progress on it. Yes, you are making some progress on it. I journaled today and I'm trying to look at the situation in a grounded way. Good, good, good. They're all great things. So again, I don't know a question about my LL. That's not clear enough. So you could maybe post a video comment later about that or something if you want. Like, who is LL? Is that a person? And what's your question about that person? But the other thing I could look at, obsessive thoughts about your crush, and you're already talking to your angels about it and journaling about it, which is excellent. I think you knew that person in a past life, and so part of your energy is you're connecting with a part of your energy that's stuck in that past life. So if you were to heal like the mini you that's stuck in that past life when you knew that person before, and give that part of you a healing, and then you could get that energy back. And then I think it would be easier to make your thoughts more focused, and you'd be more in control of what you put your attention on. I hope that makes sense. So just imagine, kind of like how we heal far off parts of you, heal far off parts of you that are contributing to your obsessive thoughts. And that way those parts of you can come back. Sometimes when people meet someone from a past life, it contributes to some pretty irrational behavior. Like, it could be obsessive thoughts. It could be unwise choices, like dating related unwise choices, or extreme actions, like you take a breakup extra hard, or you date somebody that is obviously not a good choice for you, but you do it anyway, even though your friends are like, that person does not sound like a good person for you, but you do anyway because you knew them in the past life. And so some often I think people they just know, they remember, and so they don't look brand new at what they're like in this life, because there's a lot of factors that would change the situation. So maybe you were compatible long term in that life, but in this life maybe they're kind of an asshole. It's possible. Or maybe they're just an asshole to you because you're not really compatible, in this life. Like they just what they're working on in this life and, their upbringing and the people that they grew up around. There's so many different factors that change you and change them in each lifetime that compatible long-term in one life does not equal compatible long-term in every life that you happen to bump into that person. And two, sometimes also what people tend to get extra stuck about, I should change the title of this. So, so I have been talking about the dramas that can happen and or the unwise decisions that can happen when you meet somebody that you knew before. So a common situation is if there was something unfinished, like you were dating this person or you had a crush on them, but maybe they were married and you weren't able to have you didn't have an affair with them. It was just like you just saw them from afar and pined away for a long time and never cleared it. Then if you meet them again, chances are it's a lot of weird energy of like you feel like you have to be with that person. And so there's no sense of like whether or not you're compatible in this life, whether you were compatible in that life at all either. It's just you feel that yearning, and it's particularly strong because it's from the past, and it just kind of overrides a lot of logic and ability to think in the here and now sometimes, potentially. Or maybe you were dating and in the past life, but a lot of times I see like the family had to move away for whatever reason. Maybe there was a war, there was a famine, there was something, and they and their family had to move far away. And it's not like now where there's the internet and you can talk to everyone on the planet. Back then you couldn't do that. So, maybe you dated them for a short time and it was wonderful, but then they had to move away. So it artificially was ended. And so you have this sense of like, someday we will, and you sort of, in your mind, you think, oh, that would have been a long-term compatible, fantastic thing. And there's all this sort of pent up, yearning. So then when you meet them again in a different life, oftentimes, I mean, the thing is, they may not have been long-term compatible even in that life, but you never got to find out. You never got to learn the hard way that, after 2 years, you guys were mean to each other and got tired of each other and tormented each other, So anyway, but there was an artificial end before you found all that. So you have all that yearning. So then you meet them again, you feel all the yearning like crazy strongly because it's from a past life, and it overrides your ability, you're looking at them now. And so that's how sometimes people date like very bad matches for themselves. Because it's a past life thing. But you can clear whatever, past life stuff. Like, I tell the other person, just heal little mini yous that are contributing to you being stuck in the past life about it, so that then you can, rationally assess as rationally as possible, whether they're actually compatible with you. So there's a big aside. Back to it says, hi, Jay, thanks for your help. Jay for Janet. After I feel more peaceful and relaxed. Oh, after the healing. That's nice. When I tune into myself, I get Hoarding or invasive beings into the back of my neck. Also separately, my father's personality or shame/worthiness hangs on me what to do. Good karma windows, you know, those are the back doors in the back there. Back windows. 7, 6, and 5 are okay. 4 is okay. 3, 2, and 1, they're a little iffy. There's still some cracks. There's still some invasive beings that block the healing of it. It's like a sort of a wet rag and then a smokiness, and all that is just invasive beings. So angels, can you? And then there's like a white iciness around it, like a frost. You know, like car windows when it freezes. That's just a being. Angels, can you? Yeah, it seems to come a lot from above. You have some being tunnels. Being tunnels. So being tunnels are little passageways that are in your space. So like a cord is a way energy can be passed around, right? You know, between you and a different person, a cord. But a being tunnel is a tunnel that beings can make, and that it's like a little, you know, entryway for them to get in your space more easily. Even if your auras are all repaired, if you have a bunch of being tunnels, then they can just pop in through the tunnel. So above your good karma windows 3, 2, and 1, you have 7 different being tunnels. So you just say, angels, can you recycle all the beings that have come through those tunnels? And can you recycle all those being tunnels and seal it all up? So then it'll take them maybe a minute to clean all that up. And then we can see what's left over after all that riffraff is clean. Well, I'll look at the other half of that. You're kind of a newbie, so I can look at 2 things for you. Your father's personality, shame, worthlessness hangs on me what to do. So I'm looking at it from a chakra perspective, like which chakra do you have an issue with shame? Because shame, like grief, is one of those things that could be anywhere in your space. It seems to be not 7, 6, or 5. It seems 4th chakra, 4th layer. It's only your physical body, though. Physical 2nd and physical 4th and physical 4th layer. And physical 2nd and physical 2nd layer. So 4 and 2 physical. The aura layers and the chakras. I think it's a 2-step thing that I would suggest. The dynamic between you and your partner gets in the way of you clearing the shame from your dad out. So I would say You don't have to make it complicated, but just, you know, imagine you're everything and wash your partner out a little bit first. You know, out of all your auras, all your chakras, everywhere, your groundings. And just say, angels, can you help me have healthy boundaries with my partner, especially now? And then, you know, you can wash your dad's shame out of your fourth and your second and your body. And especially, you know, unblock the bottom of your fourth and second layer. You know, so second layer, fourth layer. Unblock those because they kind of, from like your calves on down, it's like you're wearing hard boots. But you're not really, it's just a lot of compression there. So first and second layer, well, yeah, 4, 3, 2, 1, really. You're wearing these big hard boots, right? So just lots of gold light there. Just, and even on a physical level, you could do ankle rotations. You can give yourself a foot massage, like rub oils into your feet. You know, you don't have to, but you know, even just like a 20-second foot rub, you know, just to kind of remind yourself you got to be there in your feet, because you tend to kind of like you're halfway in your knees, but then not so much below that. So I don't know if you have knee problems on a physical level, but you just be nice to your knees. Your knees are your friends. Lots of gold light. Imagine being there. Imagine, you know, like sort of unblock your legs enough, your lower legs enough so you can click in more. Click into your ankles, click into your toes. But anyway, so then looking again at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, 3, 2, and 1 are, 3 is fine. 2, good karma window behind here. Astral body aura, 3 is fine. 2 and 1 are a little funny still. I think your wife is, you just like, put a gold light, wash her out. She gets angry at you, and when she's angry at you, she gets invasive. But the problem is, I think if you can just remind her on a spirit level from a calm place, non-verbally, just, you know, on a spirit level, I'm going to be more, you know, I need to be at my best, and I'm not at my best if you don't let me breathe. You know, like you can meet her halfway and be like, I know what those things you're saying are important are really important. I agree. You know, like I agree could be something that really diffuses her invasiveness, because it's like she's trying to convince you, you know, like you must not understand her, rushing in your face to be more convincing, you know. So the whole like, no, I agree, and it's even more important to me than it is to you, believe me. And then you know, just be like, but if you just let me breathe right here, you know, let me breathe, though she doesn't like that phrase. I think just non-verbally, though, if you say like, I can't have you in my head, I need to have my head, I need to, you know, get my head on straight, you can't be in my head, you know, I agree, this is all important, I need my mind. She doesn't mean to be in your mind exactly. It's just sometimes she thinks that you're forgetting how important certain things. But, you know, maybe just telepathically just remind her like, hey, this is super important to me too. That's super important to me. That's super important to me. You know, I need a clear mind so that I can make stuff, you know, take action. I think then she's like, oh, okay. Let me get out of the way. Hope that makes sense. I think the thing is, partners, oftentimes partners need to see that you're making progress. Like progress is very comforting to a partner. Not just your partner, many partners, most partners. You know what I mean? Like if you just show some progress, some change, then versus like, if it's all talk, then it seems like it's not as reassuring. So you could think of are there, since you tend to both agree on some of the stuff that it is really important, what are the things that you want to do anyway that, as a side benefit would be an ability to show progress as well to others. Yeah, you could journal about that maybe. So that you're still being true to yourself and doing what you need to do for your own personal mind and spiritual goals, but it has the added benefit of showing progress to your partner. Hope that makes sense. But yeah, 2 and 1, no more being tunnels, no more beings. I think, yeah, it's still your wife a little. Seems to be better now. I would just, the Wei Chi auras that are back there, that for the meridians that are back there. GV Wei Chi aura seems to be blocked, like right back there. So just unblock your GV meridian Wei Chi aura more and your urinary bladder meridian Wei Chi aura more. And pretty much it, yeah. GV and urinary bladder meridian Wei Chi aura. Because for those that don't know, in that diagram, the midline one right there, that's GV meridian, and then the yellow one is urinary bladder meridian, Wei Chi aura. And the Wei Chi aura surround you the whole way, but it always seems like the blocks that are like right around the meridian, and out from there, but right around where the meridian is, make the most impact. The unblock there. That makes sense. Did some healing and headache is better. Oh yeah, I read that. You're a rock star. All right, so I think I'm going to have to be faster. Hi, Jenna. I just left my friend's house. Feel like something attached to me. I felt super weird, and now I feel really angry. Am I accurate that something did attach to me? Well, yeah. But I think it's a little more than that. I think there was some kind of an odd thing between you and that person. Like it was they whacked you on the way out. So that's really why you're pissed. You have like a whack right in the front left, like, and you have some cracks in 7, 6, and 5, and 4. So I would say that's the main thing. It's not so much any invasive beings. I mean, you could just do collapsing gold nets a couple times and get rid of any invasive beings that you picked up along the way, but it's more the whack and the damage. So yeah, I would do some aura repair and then repair your chakras. But yeah, it was more of a whack. You somehow you were laying out some kind of energy or explaining something, and it was like really triggering for that. Yeah. Neck on the right side got super tight. Yeah. Makes sense. Sometimes it's like a mirror thing. So like this is screwed, so then you feel your, like with your back, sometimes, if this is pulled out of whack, this tightens and then you feel it here. There is some stuff back here too. Oh, from that work related drama. There's some a spear or two back there, but the main stuff is from that person you've been right in front there. Aura damage and chakra damage. All right. Someone says, thank you for the reminder that parents can heal their kids. That's true. My daughter struggles with depression, and I feel I can't mess with her space and heal her apart from flowers and angel blessings. How might I help? Yeah, she is older. Let me look up how old she is, though. Yeah, she's considerably older. So she's at that age where you'd want to definitely ask her consent. Just because she'll whack you otherwise. Like karmically you could do it, but because she's, you know, on in years, then she would whack you for it. Probably. I mean, she likes healing flowers though. So you could make her energy healing flowers and have the angels tune them and just say, angels, can you only deliver these if they'll help? Yeah, that could work. That could be nice for her. You could do that. You feel you can't mess with her space or heal her. I think, like I said, the energy healing flowers, you could do that because the angels will deliver it only if it helps. So you could do that multiple times a day. That could be nice. And then maybe, you know, maybe after a few days of that, she'll know they came from you if they do get delivered. So then maybe after a few days of that, you could ask her if she's okay with you unblocking her grounding, you know, using gold light. And just you could explain maybe that it might help her to release some stress. And but if she says no, then just be like, okay, that's fine. You know, you could have your angels help you. You know, but just try to validate, you know, that she has a right, you know that she has stressors. But yeah, you could, but so maybe start with healing flowers first. You know, just all non-verbally on a spirit level. But then eventually she might, you know, agree to the grounding unblocking, maybe. How else could you help? So you and she tend to get blocked up in similar ways. It's just that she reminds me of like the canary in the coal mine, like that expression where like the canary in the coal mine is the one that dies first, you know, like I'm not saying she's gonna die. Sorry, that was probably not. But like she has similar blocks to you, but it really impacts her health in a way that it doesn't with you. Like it maybe impacts your peace of mind and your emotional state, but you know, but with her, it's like it just goes a lot deeper, you know. But it's sort of like the same type of block. So what you could do is look for energy blocks that you could clear in your own self that might inspire her to clear. You see what I'm saying? So she has emotional baggage that she's not clearing. But what if you clear some of your emotional baggage, specifically stuff that would be good for you to clear anyway, but could inspire her, right? And then you go ahead and clear that. You see what I'm saying? Like, because a lot of this stuff, it's so weirdly interrelated, you know, and people can be inspired by other people on a subconscious level, you know. Also, another way that people can help their loved ones, and you could help her, is you know, there's cording of energy blocks. And so sometimes you cord her energy blocks, like her depression baggage, right? And so if you uncord it, that just by itself, and you pull your energy out of her depression baggage. So call your energy back, like make a big gold magnet, call back, because you're kind of, sometimes you do like helicopter, like hovering over her depression baggage, you know? So just call all your energy back from around her depression baggage, melt the cords, and that just by itself could make her clear some of it, like as a chain reaction. Because sometimes we can't clear stuff because it's like a rug and someone's standing on it, so you can't lift up the rug. So all those things. What I just said. So yeah, so the healing flowers given to the angels for her, and then the clearing blocks that are yours within your space that might inspire her to clear some stuff, and then calling your energy back from wherever you are in her space. would help, and uncording her blocks. All right. This is thanks for the massive healing and answering my questions. You're welcome. Someone says, I started regularly melting my cords to her. Oh, you're talking about you and your daughter, and returning my energy from her space. Returning my energy from her space, calling your energy back from her space so she can process better. Oh, well, good. That's what I suggested you keep doing. So good. This is, thank you, Janet. Treatment begins tomorrow. Yes. Your medical treatment. My spouse is insistent on taking me to my first session. Part of me feels like it's an obligation instead of a want. Not sure what to think. No, I think he means it. Yeah, I think he means it. He has weird ways, it's like he loves you and he wants to help you, but half the time it comes out like the opposite, like ignoring you or completely misunderstanding you, or you know what I mean? Like the execution of his love is just so botched most of the time. But I think, driving you to that appointment is probably something that he can't mess up. So it seems like your angels are like, why not? Worst case, think of him as a cranky taxi driver. Like if he gets too triggering and weird, just think of him as a taxi driver that you don't have to pay, and, thank him like you would an Uber driver or something. But best case, at least it's his way of expressing some level of obligation towards you, which he probably doesn't do enough. So like when he tries, you should validate that and be like, that was very nice. Thank you. Yeah, because your angels are like, he needs to get better at expressing concern and engagement with you and your medical journey. So this seems to be a way that he can see that it's, it's a task he can do that is not overly triggering for him. So they're like, just say yes. Hope that makes sense. Someone says, you are really doing awesome work for well-being of people through your efforts. Well, thanks. That's very kind. I really appreciate it. Keep doing such good work. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know who you are in the real world, like your name, first and last name. If you did want me to know it, just email me and say, well, this was my YouTube ID and this is me, my first and last name, and hello. If you want, but you don't have to. But it's fine if you want to, you could. My email address is, let me go back to all that. Oh, being tunnels. Sorry, I left up being tunnels for like an hour. That's somewhat disturbing. Yeah, I was trying not to be disturbing in this live stream. That totally failed. Anyway, my email, so my name is Janet Wright. Oops, I can spell my damn name. God. My email address is janet@jwhealing.com. And my website address is jwhealing.com. Funny. My love life. Oh, Jesus, that was what that was? Oh, yeah. That's funny. Okay, well, thanks for clarifying. My brain can relax now. So, someone replies, hi, Janet, you were spot on and correct. Thank you. You're welcome. Someone says, yes, it makes sense. After doing even a day of unmatching family pain, I noticed she was somehow relieved too. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, good. You guys are amazing. I think that's it. We'll skip the garden and pet update. There's not much different to report. So, you guys are amazing, and I hope you have a good afternoon, evening, morning, whatever is next for you. And we'll end with some butterflies. Why not? There we go. How cute is that? All right, bye. You're so awesome. You're fabulous. You're tremendous.